and they are very boring. China is the country where they are like more. Someone so climate is also a problem when the climate change happens very fast and when it happens in an unexpected or
新的概念，以前气候一直在变化，然后而且不同地方气候差异很大，像我们在中国北京这个地方就天气很冷，下雪。所以今天要探讨的主要的原因是什么？
So the main thing which we are trying to discuss today is the last 100 years, the climate change is behavior, and the real problem is the global temperatures are going up because of very high amount of factory activities.
今天主要探讨的是，在过去的100年以内，因为人类的活动，或者是一些行为造成的气候变化，还有更主要的是一些工厂这些因为工业发展而造成的气候变化。
So before all these factory activities and all these things happen, the world temperatures were very stable. But today we see the temperature in the world is 1.1 degrees Celsius more than what it was in the 1800s. So after Industrial Revolution, where factories came up, lots of factory activities came up, because of that, more carbon dioxide and gases go to the environment. So the temperatures begin to go up. And today, the world is 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than what it was before Industrial Revolution.
就是气候变化主要一个现象就是气温上升，在1800年代，就是大概200年前，在工业革命还没有发生的时候，没有工厂的时候，跟现在对比的话，我们现在比那个时候的气温要上涨了1.1度。啊，主要是一些工厂的活动，就是造成气温上涨。
So the problem will be when this crosses 1.5 degrees Celsius. If the world becomes warmer by 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to what it was in 1800s, then we will begin to see a lot more problems. But the issue is, at the current rate of emissions and factory activities around the world, by 2100, we are worried not about 1.5 degrees, we are worried that the world is 3 degrees warmer than what it was in the 1800s. So that's that now worried that there's an amount okay, like 1.5 degrees more warmer is okay, but we are now worried that by the end of this century, 2100, the world is 3 degrees warmer than what it was.
发生这个问题，然后但现在大家不是担心这些这个问题，大家是担心到的这个结束的时候，可能到了大概3度。
So if you look at last year, China's longest river, the Yangtze River, it basically dried up and thousands of people were affected without water. So this is not a problem only for some countries. Even in Sri Lanka, we see today, January is, we are having lots of rain. And normally the January month It's a rain without, it's a month without much rain. In fact, in our Sinhala language, January is called tourism. You stay away from agriculture work because of lack of rain. Basically, the weather pattern has changed. Similarly, in months where we are supposed to have rain, we have the drought. So China, Sri Lanka, USA, everywhere in the world, this problem is there. Even like Panama Canal, Suez Canal, main waterways that connect the global trade, they are running dry, and then even if it can't happen.
月份都有偶尔还在下雨。他说，在斯里兰卡语言里面的，就是僧伽罗语，它叫做民主。他说是现在就今年还一直都在。所有的国家有干枯的情况。
So this shows the problem. Climate temperature going up by 1.5 degrees and going up by 2 degrees. So you can see the problems. For example, if the world temperatures go up by 2 degrees compared to what it was in 1800, we say that there is a 170% risk of flood. And there is also about 28% of the world population will face extreme days. In fact, today the world is becoming, so many countries becoming unlivable. In the Middle East, Kuwait will be an unlivable country by 2026. It means they have the positioning and lots of things to live. So in the future, because of climate change, how your purse will decide whether you get to be born.
One. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1. Check 1.
So why this matters so much, why it is important is, like I said, the top 10 most emitting countries is responsible for 68% of global emissions of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, but the countries which are most affected, the difference is like Honduras in South America. So there is no rule saying you pollute, you are affected. But one country pollutes, another country can get affected.
说这个很重要，就是 除了最可能传说碳排放量最高的国家会影响全球60%的国家，就是碳排放量并不是说这个国家排不多，它自己的影响就大，它反而可能是影响到其他的国家，比如说南美洲的洪都拉斯。
So also these are some of the 7 common signs that there is a lot of climate change happening. Amazon rainforest is drying. Arctic sea is missing. So when you have to understand, when Arctic sea level goes down, the sea levels will go up, water levels go up in the sea, and people living in the coastal areas, they begin to get affected, right? You find that Greenland ice sheet is going down. Then there is also the problem of permafrost melting, and that you can see they are showing in the area of Russia, because permafrost is like a layer of ice from like 200, 300 years ago. What happens is when this ice is melting, so if you start digging to the earth, at one point you will come across this ice layer, frozen 200, 300 years. When that begins to melt, lots of viruses, diseases from 200, 300 years begin to get released.
就是气温上涨的话，会有几个问题，就至少有7到9个，就是比较通用的科学问题。一个是说，像亚马逊雨林可能就会一直有可能会变得干旱，然后还有一些前面他有讲到水位上涨，就海平面上涨，海平面上涨会影响一些在沿海生活的地区国家，就可能这些它原来的房屋都会被淹掉。然后另外一个问题是有一些绿洲，就是有一些可能冰块在几百年前形成的冰块可能开始融化，然后这个融化的问题不只是引起海平面上涨，还有可能在200-300年前的一些病毒被冰封在里面的病毒、疾病、细菌什么的都会释放出来。
So everybody knows how much of a problem COVID was in 2020, but that is after having a disease similar to COVID in 2003, the SARS virus. Now imagine, but still we had a similar virus in 2003, but still 2020 COVID was a big problem. Imagine a virus from 200, 300 years ago about which doctors, medical researchers know nothing about. And if a 200, 300-year-old virus comes back now, think of what problem it will be. So that's why these are called zombie viruses. So when this climate change happens, zombie viruses, sleeping viruses, zombie viruses get released to the environment.
就是2003年我们有发生过 SARS 这样子的传染病，可是就是人们都已经经历过这种很严重的传染病的情况下，在2020年仍然发生了新冠疫情，然后那可以想象一下说，如果200-300年前的病毒被释放出来，但是科学家还有学家他们都对这些病毒一无所知的话，会发生什么样的情况？然后这些病毒我们可能可以称之为僵尸病毒。
Another reason why we have lots of climate change and problem happening is because of cities. In most of the world, people want to move from village to city. So moving from village to city is seen as a sign of progress. But some countries, this is now reversing. You find in China, a lot of people are moving from back to the villages because of fresh air, clean air. And now because of internet being there everywhere, you can work from home, you can study from home, and you don't have to come to city. Because when more people come to city, people are like in very congested, busy areas, so then the emissions is more.
有很多的气候问题，可能也是由城镇化引起的。就是像中国原来很多因为不止中国，就是很多地方的农村的人都喜欢到大城市去生活，然后这个过程可能也会引起一些气候变化。但现在中国有很多年轻人都回到乡村，就是因为现在网络发达，在乡村里去工作，所以很多人回到乡村，因为希望有更好的基础，然后生活质量不是那么拥挤。
So, just to understand the size of the problem, by 2050, we expect 55% of world population will be living in cities, main cities. But cities is only 3% of the world land area, right? So 3% of world land, 55% of world population inside. Imagine the amount of emissions, garbage problem, traffic, noise pollution. So this is going to be a major issue into the next 30 to 40 years.
2050年的时候，可能会有大概预计55%的是全世界的55%的人口会居住在城市，而城市只占了全球土地的3%。那想象一下，在55%的人口居住在3%的土地上，那可能会产生多大的比如垃圾的问题、交通，还有一些噪音污染。
So companies are trying various things to fight this, to overcome this, like trying to see how to reduce energy consumption, how to use more renewable energy, like wind power, how to use green infrastructure, and how to even reduce transport. Like nowadays, a lot of employees, they can do work from home, right? Work from home. You come to office once a week and balance time you work from home. So the companies are trying different things, and some new cities are also coming up. Like in Saudi Arabia, you have the line, which is like one city, right? It is one city, all interconnected, very nearby. So I will show you like a sample demo of it, of how this city looks like.
有很多的公司现在在思考如何来就是节能，比如说有些建筑公司可能会推广什么绿色的房子，都做满足。然后也有一些公司想要减少一些能源排放，或者有些公司甚至鼓励员工从家里面工作，就这样会减少一些交通的污染。然后在沙特阿拉伯有一个城市的模型，那个老师拿给我们看。
For too long, humanity has existed within dysfunctional and polluted cities that ignore nature. Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and consolidating its footprint, designing to protect and enhance nature. The line will be home to 9 million residents and will be built with a footprint of just 34 square kilometers. And we are designing it to provide a healthier, more sustainable quality of life. The line's communities are organized in 3 dimensions. Residents have access to all their daily needs within 5-minute walk neighborhoods. And the line's infrastructure makes it possible to travel end to end in 20 minutes with no need for cars, resulting in 0 carbon emissions. By leveraging AI technology, services are autonomous, saving you time and effort. Designed by world-leading architects, the line is 500 meters tall, 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers long, and housed within an elegant mirror glass facade. Intelligent solutions create efficiency and year-round temperate microclimate with natural ventilation. Energy and water supplies are 100% renewable. The line is designed as a series of unique communities, offering a wealth of amenities, providing equitable views and immediate access to the surrounding nature. With 40% of the world accessible within 6 hours, at the heart of the globe's key trade routes, a place for commerce and communities to thrive like nothing on Earth seen before. The Line, the city that delivers new wonders for the world.
就是城市的构想，把所有的居民都变成一条线这样的一个线性，然后所有的就是生活必需的东西，你要买的要去哪里，只要在都在5分钟之内都可以到达。然后从城市的一头到另外一头只要20分钟就可以。然后他们的构想就是全世界都建成这样子的话，就是减少了很多的交通，你去哪里都不用花，而且不用汽车。就是可能通过 AI 怎么好像就旅行都变得低碳，就他说是零碳排放，就通过这种城市 AI， 通过一些 AI 技术的支持。
That's why today we are talking a lot about circular economy. Circular economy means now, normally we take resources, we build, and then we use it and we throw it, right? That is what normally happens. But when you have circular economy, you are trying to find ways to keep reusing. Like lots of sometimes young ladies, they use clothes only for one picture for Instagram and then they throw it. That's why every minute, somewhere in the world, there is one truckload of clothes being dumped into a garbage site. Every 1 minute, one truckload of clothes. So this is not sustainable. That is why circular economy is there, to see how can we reuse, recycle, and use less material.
什么是一个循环的经济？什么是循环经济？就是在以前的概念里面，我们很多东西就是用现有的资源来制造一个东西，然后人们去使用它，最后就把它丢弃掉。但是就是现在讲的这个循环资源是另外一个概念，就是你要思考怎么样可以重复利用。举个例子，就是比如说现在有一些年轻人女孩子可能为了拍照，她说 Instagram 可能就是社交媒体，为了拍照，然后穿一次衣服就丢掉，然后这种就是单单是衣服这一块的浪费，就是在全球的某个角落，每1分钟可能就产生一整个卡车的这样子的衣服垃圾，然后就是这种是一个非常严重的浪费。然后我们现在就是要思考说，循环经济讲的就是怎么样可以重复利用，然后循环使用。
So now we have in this class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 people. 7 people coming in 7 different vehicles. Okay, lots of fuel consumption. But if all get together, share and come, or let's say we use Uber, Picnic, right? We are still achieving our purpose of traveling, but with less vehicles, less resources. So that's why Picnic, Uber, they are helping circular economy.
就是说，就我们现在教室里面7个人，假如说我们每个人都自己开车来上课的话，那造成的污染就是那个交通的污染更大。就是至少现在有 Picnic Uber 这种工具可以分享，比如说你们4位刚才一起来，这种虽然说仍然有交通这种污染产生，但是至少比原来每个人自己开辆车过来要省，要就是更环保。
So this is one diagram that just explains about circular economy, reusing, recycling and all. But the truth is that no point just telling people to reuse, recycle, because people are selfish. Everybody is selfish. So they will always ask, what is in it for me? But if you say, look, you recycle plastic, you recycle plastic bottle, we give you money. They begin to come and give the plastic bottle, not only their house, even neighbor's house plastic bottle they will bring and give if they know they are getting money. So now business models are trying to come up with ways where they can reward people for coming and giving plastic bottles and all that, right? So that is something which they are actually trying to do. You can mention that.
这是一个循环经济的模型，就是人都是自私的，就是你怎么让人家就是让每个人都说，哎，你要环保，你要减少使用什么就是塑料之类的，就人们就想到说可能要给他们一些补偿，或者是给他们一些奖励，比如说你把所有的塑料瓶子都收集好，做到哪里可能就会有一些用钱换钱，可以换钱，然后很多人就会愿意，甚至不只是自己家里面的塑料垃圾，可能连邻居家的塑料垃圾然后这是一个，就有人就建立一个模型，就类似如何来奖励人来用自己的循环。
So this is a project done by one former student of CIA. This was his MBA project, coming up with a device where people can come and put the plastic bottles, and in return they get some money reward to the phone, and they can use it when they are buying things at the supermarket.
这个视频是 TIM 的一个学生做的一个项目，就是有关回收塑料垃圾的。他们去那个回收点，然后他们有些人就把这个得到一些券之类的超市的东西。
Okay.
We feel there are so many people responsible in Sri Lanka for this whole plastics pollution mess. But by far, from what all the research we've done and all the visits we've done, the biggest culprit here is the consumer. Like you, like me, like everyone else coming to the shop to buy their groceries. By far, they're the biggest culprit.
Personal note, he was also my senior in my school, in my childhood. When I was schooling, he was a senior, and he also used to be like a kickboxing champion.
他是老师也认识的一个同学，他也这个人他也打棒球。
For the plastic issue. Why is that? Because they either don't segregate their waste, or they burn it, or even if it gets segregated, it gets again put together through the whole system of collection, and it gets dumped into the landfills and the ocean. So how are we trying to address this? We feel if there is an incentive for every consumer to change the behavior, then there's something in it for them. So that's exactly what we are trying to do. So I like to share a little bit about the vision in connection to a personal story of mine. So I do the Colombo-Matra drive, the coastal drive, very often. My parents live there. And every time I go, I stop at a little tea shack to have a little cup of tea or a coffee, and I take a dip very often. And every time I've seen the landscape change, and there are so many plastic bottles on the beach. The actual vision for Chakra Sutra and for myself, and also it will be an acid test. One day, hopefully, there'll be a day that when I stop and have a dip. There will be not a single plastic bottle on the beach or in the water. On that day, I will feel that we've achieved Chakrasutra's objective.
This machine already applied.
Yeah, it is already applied in some in some of the supermarkets, but like most sustainability solutions, problem is the funding. The investors are scared to put money because they don't know what's going to happen. But today, you know, they are beginning to realize this problem of PFAs. PFA. Its scientific name is per and polyfluoroalkyl, PFA, polyfluoroalkyl, but the normal word we use is forever chemical, because that means, you know, we use so much of plastics, like phone is plastic, specs is plastic. Without us knowing, these chemicals are going inside our body. Last week, they found research that a fetus is having chemicals inside. So that means the baby, not still born, but is already having chemicals inside. So because of this plastic, so much of chemicals are going into our body. So maybe in the future, they'll invest in technologies like this more.
我在问说，不是刚刚视频里面看到那个 Kiosk 他们超市前面有个这样机器，我都没见过。他说是的，现在只有在很少的几个超市里面还在用。为什么没办法推广？因为好像投资人有点担忧，不知道这个钱投下去会是怎么样，所以主要是资金的问题，所以这个还没有到位。然后，当然他老师提到说，其实这个塑料的污染其实很严重。就是最近就是这2天，他看到一篇最新的研究报告，说在胚胎里面，在婴儿还没有出生的时候，都检测出来身体里面含有塑料。这就是塑料，它是通过可能通过食物链，就在比如说海洋里面，其实我们说的那些海鱼就是叫什么野生的，但其实很多鱼里面都有这种塑料粒子，然后人吃了以后就跑到我们人体里面，塑料污染很严重的。
So one example of the circular economy problem is what we call planned obsolescence. Now, if you look at here, every year Apple has a new iPhone. The way to get people to buy it is if only the previous iPhone is not working. That is why when they make the phones, they make it so it becomes unusable very, very fast. Like your iPhone after 3 years is slow. Your Samsung phone after 4 years is slow. I'm very happy with my OnePlus because 6 years and still not slow. So this is, but not only Apple, everybody is doing this, right? Like if you take, wait, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I have not put it here. When Thomas Alva Edison made the first bulb, that bulb can go for 1,200 hours, right? 1,200 hours. So today with all the technology, ideally we should have bulbs which can go for 3,000 hours, 5,000 hours. But no, today's bulbs can only go 800 to 1,000 hours. That is because they make the bulb so that the bulb, all the bulb makers, they have come into agreement saying, we make bulb only for 800 to 1,000 hours, so people will buy more bulbs.
就是为什么我们都总是要买新的 iPhone？ 就是他举个例子说，并不只是 iPhone 这样做，很多手机厂商都这样做。就是当他推出一个新一代的时候，最新一代的手机前面的那几代，他们会把软件就故意把它弄慢，就你都没法用，最后你都不得不去买新的。然后 再举个例子，就是爱迪生发明那个电灯泡的时候，当时一个电灯泡要$1200，然后这个电灯泡可能可以使用3000小时。到后来这个技术越来越成熟以后，成本降下来了，但是在所有的可能制造这个电灯泡的厂商，他们这个协会达成了一个共识，说我们不要把它制造的太持久，就是耐久性不要太好，我们就把它制造，只能用800到1000小时。当他们用到这个时间之后，他们就得需要再买新的电灯泡。就是所有产业里面都在用这样子的一个办法来促进新的消费。
That is why Apple's market value is more than the GDP of some of the countries like Sweden.
所以苹果公司的市值甚至超过像瑞士这样子的国家，他们的 GDP 总和。
Right. So normally we say when we are trying to have circular economy, we want to design our products better. So this is an example of that. We have sometimes like food in Brussels, you know, when they make the food, they also package it inside something which is where it's easy to eat. And the packaging can also be eaten. So they make the food and they put it inside a seaweed bag, so you can eat that as well.
做食物，有些做食品的公司可能在研究怎么样可以减少污染，或者减少垃圾。像刚才在这图片里面，它那个包装袋是可以吃掉的，就是你买过来，然后整个都可以吃掉。
So and sometimes for fruits, they will have like the skin, the cover, not a plastic bag, but something made from another plant, so that it's something that will degrade fast and then not remain in the environment like polythene.
就是水果，就是他们也换了一种，就是不是用塑料袋包装，它可能用另外一种植物产生的一个制品，然后包裹在上面，然后就是当你吃掉把果皮扔掉的时候，它也是可降解的。
But when you want supply chain to be your circular economy, you have to have your suppliers must be circular. You must design your products in a circular way. You can also look at ways in which you can share things and not only buy everything you need, and so on. Like today, for example, you have product as a service. People don't buy the car, they rent the car. People don't build the, officers don't buy the photocopy machine, they rent the photocopy machine, right? So that possibility is there. And as we finish this area, we will take a quick look at a small video about circular economy.
就是如果是一家企业的话，如何来考虑这些循环经济？就是说，你可能在选择供应商的时候，要考虑他们提供的产品是否是可重复利用的。然后你在设计产品的时候，也考虑到是否可以重复利用。然后甚至说，有些人就是现在从个人来讲，你可以不要买车，你可以去租辆车，或者说有些人办公室里面不备打印机，可以去外面打印店里面去打印，这些都是可循环经济的一个理念。然后像我们可以看一个视频。
Systems have been around for a few billion years and will be around for many more. In the living world, there's no landfill. Instead, materials flow. One species' waste is another's food, energy is provided by the sun, things grow, then die, and nutrients return to the soil safely. And it works. Yet as humans, we've adopted a linear approach. We take, we make, and we dispose. A new phone comes out, so we ditch the old one. Our washing machine packs up, so we buy another. Each time we do this, we're eating into a finite supply of resources and often producing toxic waste. It simply can't work long term. So what can? If we accept that the living world's cyclical model works, can we change our way of thinking so that we too operate a circular economy? Let's start with the biological cycle. How can our waste build capital rather than reduce it? By rethinking and redesigning products and components, and the packaging they come in, we can create safe and compostable materials that help grow more stuff. As they say in the movies, no resources have been lost in the making of this material. So what about the washing machines, mobile phones, fridges? We know they don't biodegrade. Here, we're talking about another sort of rethink, a way to cycle valuable metals, polymers, and alloys so they maintain their quality and continue to be useful beyond the shelf life of individual products. What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? It makes commercial sense. Instead of the throw away and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one, where products and components are designed to be disassembled and regenerated. One solution may be to rethink the way we view ownership. What if we never actually owned our technologies? We simply licensed them from the manufacturers. Now, let's put these two cycles together. Imagine if we could design products to come back to their makers, their technical materials being reused and their biological parts increasing agricultural value. And imagine that these products are made and transported using renewable energy. Here we have a model that builds prosperity long term. And the good news is, there are already companies out there who are beginning to adopt this way of working. But the circular economy isn't about one manufacturer changing one product. It's about all the interconnecting companies that form our infrastructure and economy coming together. It's about energy. It's about rethinking the operating system itself. We have a fantastic opportunity to open new perspectives and new horizons. Instead of remaining trapped in the frustrations of the present, with creativity and innovation, we really can rethink and redesign our future.
这视频就刚开始讲的是我们在工业化之前，我们的就是整个循环，就是人，就是比如说，食物链，你那个吃了一个植物，然后人又吃了这个动物，然后人死了以后，就是整个尸体化之后就化作春泥，就越是花，就植物又从你的养分里面又重新生长，这是一个良性的循环。但是工业化之后就开始有很多的机器，像洗衣机、手机什么，每次都在更新换代，然后我们用不好用了就把它扔掉，再买一个新的。然后这些被丢弃的这些电器，它是没办法进入这个整个大自然的循环，那这个就造成很多的污染。我们如果要考虑循环经济的话，有没有一个办法，就是一个新的想法，就是说能不能把比如说设计一个东西，比如说原来是一个洗衣机，那不好用之后进入下一道，它就可能启动下一个功能，就可能出来变成一个风扇或者怎么样，就可以再重复利用。原来可能是一台空调坏了以后，我们再可能变成一个风扇或怎么样，就是说可以重新思考说怎么样把工业化的东西变得可利用，这些工业产品变得可以再重复利用，然后未来就会更美好。
Questions? Wanting
有没有
questions? Time for questions.
好的
Yeah.
啊，他问大家有没有什么问题？
Yeah, very good students never ask questions.
们都是好学生，都不问问题。
So it means only two things. Number one, you understand everything. Number two, you understand nothing. So I hope it's the first one.
他说两种可能，一种是你们都了，就是都明白了所有的东西，还有一种可能是什么都不明白。Maybe you can ask some question. So what he just say about what happened in China about this economic, circular economic. He say in even like the phone, everything they in China there's a place or most place they recycle. You can, if you don't want, if you like, yeah, you can sell to them again. And like for like something like chopstick, for one time use, like this one is made from some type of plant. After you use like throw away, it can go to the earth easily.
The problem with places that collect electronic devices is sometimes they collect from you, but then they also, again, they end up sending some of those to the landfills. Because in USA, they did a research, but there were centers where they collect old clothes, saying we are going to recycle, make new clothes. So one research company, they gave clothes to 25 such centers, but they fixed little sensors to track where this is. And out of the 25 centers, 17 were sending these clothes into garbage dumps. So sometimes collection centers also, they take a lot of money from government grants. They take good government money, but they don't always do the recycling. That's why some phone companies now, they make the phone in a way where you can replace parts. Like if my phone is slow, I only need to change the processor. I don't have to worry about the screen or anything. But they say, no, you have to change the whole phone. But now some phone companies are saying, no, we make it in a manner where you can replace parts when they get old. So you can keep using the phone for 10, 20 years.
就是老师回应说，虽然有这些回收的地方，但是很多回收公司并不再做他们该做的事情。他说，有可能他们回收，因为他们做这种回收的是可能拿的是政府补贴。他说在美国有一个研究机构，他们就去跟踪就是有25家公司说是回收衣服，然后他们会重新再怎么弄一下，然后可以再制造出新的衣服。然后他们去跟踪的时候，发现25家公司里面有17家，他们拿了政府的补贴，但他们什么也没做，这些衣服仍然被扔到垃圾桶里面。然后就是说这个虽然有这个回收的这样的动作，但可能并没有真正的去做这种循环的动作。然后他提到说，现在有一些手机公司在讲说，如果一个手机变慢，它可以通过换里面其中的某一个配件来就是改善这个运行速度，而不是说把整个手机换掉。就有一些公司已经在做这样子的，说你换了一个配件以后，可能可以持续再用个10年、20年。
Called Fairphone. Fairphone. Name is called Fairphone.
Fair 啊。
Just search and see all about like.
Everybody get
So even this 5G, recently we saw the Huawei, they have introduced a 5G phone in China. It became a very big shock to America because America always tries to keep China's chip making technology like behind the rest of the world, behind by 7-8 years. But this new recent one, it showed that China's chip making technology is actually only 2 years behind the rest of the world because chip making technology, the leading companies are you have in America, and then you have Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, they call it. But they always try to avoid China getting that technology. But now Huawei having a 5G phone showed that China is also having nanotechnology, which is very close to the rest of the world. So sometimes digital transformation is being affected by global politics.
他在讲这个数字化转型，有时候也会受到国际政治的影响。就是说，现在华为有5G，然后5G 手机，然后他说这个事实就是让美国很震惊，就是美国原来是想要保持让中国落后美国技术大概7到8年，但实际上现在可能只落后了2年。就是说这样子的一个事实让他们很震惊，然后就最后总结说，这些数字化转型可能有时候会受到一些国际政治的影响。
Now we will So we move on to talking about some of the other technologies in digital transformation. In our last workshop, we looked at mainly about basics of digital transformation and also digital marketing with Adisha. And then we started talking about sustainability, and now we are done with that part. So today we will talk about some of the main technologies of digital transformation in the morning, and in the evening we will talk about digital security.
我们上节课讲了数字化转型的一些基本概念，还有如何用数字化来做营销，还有 marketing。然后后面还讲了一些相关的就是区块链AI 的一些内容。好，今天我们到时候会就是也在继续延续这块内容，然后今天下午数字化的安全问题。
So we first talk about Internet of Things. Internet of Things mean when you have when you are having many devices connected to each other over the internet so that they can communicate with each other, or you can use one to control the other, like your car and your house being connected over the internet. So on the way home, you can switch on the hot water if you want, you can switch on the AC if you want. So this is what we call Internet of Things. Devices, people, thing can be even a person, but devices and people connected to each other over the internet.
是什么是 IoT？ 就是说，好像有点像，就说的是一个智能的一个像智能家居啊。他举例子说，就是你回到家，然后你通过一个按键，你可以打开热水，打开灯，然后就是空调，这些就是所有的也用一个配件，你可以控制所有的东西，它就叫 Thing of Internet of Things。
So if you take the benefits, we can use this technology to monitor business process, monitor and see where the company vehicles are, save time and money. You can monitor your warehouse. So many benefits are there. Like, for example, you take the delivery companies like UPS, they use this to track whether their vehicles go on the proper route. And even some construction companies in Sri Lanka, they use this to monitor and see whether drivers are stealing fuel from the trucks. So you have an IoT device, no sooner fuel drops, suddenly the owner gets the message.
就是这个IoT 这样的设备，可以有什么样的就是好处？比如说你一个企业，你可以用它来监控你的整个这个整个生意的过程，或者去监控你的仓库，然后或者它可以运用它来节省一些成本。然后他举例说，像 UPS 这个运输快递公司啊，他们也用这样子的技术来去追踪你的这个快件，然后甚至有一些建筑公司也在用这样子的设备来甚至看一下，就比如说运输的司机他可能在运石油的过程中会不会有被偷油啊，或者是漏油这种。我这个技术可以应用在很多方面。
So we will look at an example of how IoT can be used in especially like pharma, like in healthcare, right? Imagine doctors can monitor patients from the house. When you are running in the morning, the doctor can monitor and see your heart rate. All these things are becoming possible due to Internet of Things. Even farmers can use IoT and see about their crops, their yield, whether there are any insects in their farms. All these, they are now able to track and check.
就是这个 IoT 也可以应用到，比如说健康医疗领域。可以想象一下，如果你的医生可以通过，就是你不用去医院，你在家床上，医生就可以检测到你的心跳然后心率是怎么样的，是否健康之类的。然后甚至是农民也可以用这些 IoT 这样的一个技术，你可以来确认你的植物是不是生病了，或者是不是有长虫子，就是它可以应用到各行各业。
Because of IoT, everybody in the world, no matter where they are in the world, they are always connected.
就是说这个OIT 可以让无论是在世界任何一个角落，你都可以关联起来。
Most of this is no longer just science fiction or imagination. It is actually like possible available technology.
就是我们看到这些，并不只是科学家的一个概念，它现在很多是那些科普都已经可以实现。
So if you look at worldwide, companies are getting about $14 trillion worth benefits by having IoT. Imagine you can, when you can monitor and see where your trucks are, you can monitor and see what inventory items are getting outdated, so you can sell it fast. These things are giving a lot of money savings and revenue for companies.
这个 IoT 已经给就是在全球里面已经给很多公司总共带来大概14兆美元的一个利润，就它可以节省很多的成本，或者是创造很多的收益。
Hello. Right. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Hi, everyone. We're talking about technology today. Yeah, Internet of Things and digital transformation. No worries, sir. No worries. No worries. Thank you. It's funny how because But today, actually, Russia earns more money from oil now than before the war, because there's a nice video on Bloomberg about how there's a separate economy now built just to move the Russian oil from Russia to the rest of the world.
他说，就是俄罗斯在战争之后，它的石油卖的反而比原来更好。然后他说有一些什么视频还是什么在讲怎么样，就是他们把俄罗斯的石油运到很多个国家去。
Whenever there is two countries fighting, there's always money to be made. That is why the famous investor Warren Buffett, he once said, best time to make money in the market is when there is blood in the street.
他说每次就是当两个国家有战争的时候，可能反而是有些人可以发财的时候。他说巴菲特，股神巴菲特就有一句名言说，最赚钱最好的时候就是当街上有流血的时候。
So this earlier we saw that example about the line, the line that city in Saudi Arabia. That is what we call as smart cities, and all those smart cities, they all run based on this what we call the Internet of Things, where homes are all controlled with temperature control checking, all that. So you are able to track and see if somebody inside a home is sick, and they can quickly send someone to get that person. So it's a lot based on Internet of Things, that even these driverless cars, it's about Internet of Things. The car and the road is connected, right?
他说前面那个视频就是沙特阿拉伯的那个城市，智能城市，它其实也是基于这个 IoT 这样的技术，就是一个房子你可以通过控制它的温度，然后就是恒定温度，然后如果房子里面有人生病了，你可以通过就是这种监控器很快就知道他生病，然后可以很快的派人或者有一些方法把他送到医院或者什么，然后甚至说司机在开车的时候，他的也是应用这些智能系统，他的车跟他的道路都是连在一起的。
So one reason why there is a lot of growth in Internet of Things is that today the world has very good internet access. More people are using mobile. Sensors are becoming cheaper, like parts needed for devices to connect with each other becoming cheaper. And also the computers are becoming more stronger. Like mobile phone today, the processor is very strong. You can do anything. You can record and edit videos and play games and everything. So all of these are making the IoT adoption much more stronger and faster.
促使 IoT 技术发展的因素，就首先是有更好的网络，就网络已经应用更广更快，然后还有一个是手机的应用，就是手机应用越来越多，几乎全球可能80%-90%的人都有手机，然后这些所有的传感器都变得比原来更相关的法律在支持。
So I have a little like a 5 minute activity for them. How like a clothes manufacturing, a garment factory, apparel factory, how do they think can use IoT and for what? Just general point.
就是讨论的时间5分钟，然后讨论一下在一些服装厂、服装加工厂怎么样应用这种 IoT 技术。就是很就是比较普遍的，不用讲的尖端的，就是
5 minutes. Clothes factory. Just ask them how how easy.
In the production line, you can start from the sorting material process. You can start using the IoT to
Correct. You can sense it and divide the material, correct?
Yeah.
Possible?
yes,
Good,
and
good, that's correct, yeah.
and then each process you can also apply like IoT to identify the good part and the bad part
Yeah,
separate.
possible,
Yeah.
quality control, yes.
Yes.
Good.
And then at the end,
You can
we-
also mix AI with that. Artificial intelligence can also be like mixed with that
Yes.
to check. Yes, good.
and until the products come out, then you can still check what is good, what is bad, and
Yeah, yeah.
then ship
possible.
to the end.
What about this side? What any thoughts from them?
这边呢，你们几位？
So maybe they can also use it to monitor the supply trucks to see where the trucks are, right? They can also use it to monitor the stores, like whether the leading products are getting sold in the stores or not. Like you can have IoT connected shop. So when the products are taken, they are able to check and like use it. That becomes very very easy. I think I showed them that example of supermarket. You just go buy, you take and go, you pay. Did I show them? No, I don't think, right? So I will show this also as just a like example.
也可以运用到运输的系统里面，就是去推动卡车，甚至店里面，就专卖店里面卖出的，就是。
4 years ago, we started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store so you never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So, how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
So that is also Internet of Things, when all the food, everything is like connected. Okay, So we can take a short break with that maybe. Now it's 10:40, so we take a break till 11 and we start at 11 o'clock.
可以休息，休息到11点。
We move on to talk about one of the main things that have led to the growth of Internet of Things, that is cheap sensors, right? So today it's much more cheaper to sometimes make a sensor than to grow a grain of rice, right? So all these sensors, they rely a lot on these microchips, right? Like microprocessors. Today, a microprocessor is cheaper than one grain of rice. So that you take this one grain of rice. A microprocessor is cheaper to make than one grain of rice today.
就是说现在的这些传感器有多便宜，就是甚至比就是如果跟大米相比的话，就是一样去称重的话，它比大米还要便宜。
So the world has more microprocessors and sensors than the amount of rice in the world today.
现在在世界上的这种传感器，甚至比大米的数量还要多，因为成本太低了。
So even sensors now, a sensor that used to be $75,000 in 2007 is $250 in 2060.
在2007年，它的价格是75000美元，现在在2016年已经变成250美元。
So cheaper internet devices means more Internet of Things.
就这个配件越便宜，说明用就是网络就可以应用更广。
So if you look at here, they expect that about by 2025, every year, $11 trillion will be spent on Internet of Things related projects, equipment, and you have to understand the world economy is only $150 trillion. So this is almost 10% of the world economy is now spending on Internet of Things.
就是世界上10%的就是费用用在这些就是网络相关的项目或者是技术上，已经至少有3兆美元。
So that is about Internet of Things, and there will be a question on Internet of Things also in the exam. We move on to talking about blockchain. Blockchain is a record-keeping technology, right? Blockchain is a record-keeping technology where we have now, Kiko, the example is if we are all computers, imagine we are all computers, right? So you can tell them that to imagine we are all computers. Everybody here is a computer.
就他提到区块链，区块链就是一个数据储存，然后储存这样的一个技术。然后他说，想象一下，我们每个人都是一台电脑。
So if Mr. Young, am I right? Mr.
Yu.
Mr. Yu. Yeah, Mr. Yu is very young. So that's so if Mr. Yu is computer, I store record with Mr. Yu. So if somebody wants to hack and change, how many computers does the hacker have to hack?
他问一个问题说，假如于总是一台电脑，然后你的所有的储存就是还有就是我们可能都连在一起。然后如果有一个黑客想要去攻击你的数据，想要去修改你的数据，就是这个黑客他需要修改多少台电脑，就是多少个数据才可以。
So they have to answer. They have to answer how many computers.
你们需要回答就是多少台电脑，他黑客需要修改多少台电脑的数据才能完成。
Yeah, one. Correct. But if everybody had a copy, because we are all computers now, but if everybody has a copy, then how many computers does the hacker have to hack and change the records?
就前面是语种是一台电脑，现在如果所有电脑我们都是电脑，我们都连在一起，然后黑客如果想要修改这些数据的话，他需要修改多少？我们都有拷贝，就是语种的数据我们都有。
No.
Hmm.
So
对，就是区块链，讲的就是区块链。
how many computers does the hacker have to
需
have?
要多少台？他要改多少台电脑？His answer is no, he cannot.
Yeah, very difficult because now the hacker has to come and hack 7 computers, all of us, right? That is what blockchain is. Don't keep everything in one central computer. You store the record in the network. So in a chain of blocks, blockchain.
就是黑客他没办法改，因为他至少要把7台电脑都改掉，所以这个难度已经大大增加了。所以这个区块链的宗旨就是说，不要把数据放在一个中心的数据库里面，要把它都分散到很多，就是分散到网络里面 ，network 一个网络里面。
So the blockchain technology idea is without having one central storage, you will have many computers keeping the records. And when you want to do a change of data or anything, all the computers must approve that transaction.
区块链它的那个怎么实现，就是不要去所有的电脑里面都有这个数据。如果有人要修改其中一台电脑的数据，其他电脑必须要通过得到其他的。
Here I will explain step by step. There is a transaction, maybe, let's say a bank. Somebody wants to transfer money. So then you create a block for that, a block. Then all the computers in the blockchain network will go through it and say okay or not okay. One computer saying no, not okay, this looks suspicious, then the transaction does not go through.
就是在银行里面的应用，就是如果就是你需要转账，然后他们就把这个系统就是植入一个区块链这样。然后如果你在转账的这个请求，所有的电脑都必须通过，都批准你这个转账才能完成。如果有一台电脑说不行，好像有风险，你这个转账就没法完成。
Now, when all computers in the network say okay, right, or now you take that and you add to previous transactions, old transactions. So this was said okay, so they add and they tell the customer transaction okay. This is how it works. And also, yeah, you can explain.
它这个原理就是它可能根据你现在转账这样的请求，它跟以前的转账的记录做对比，它方式就跟你们转账有点像，然后系统就会识别说这个是 OK 的，然后最后这个转账就会完成。
And all these records are kept in a, you can see, not separate, it's connected way. So if someone try to hack and change this record, they have to break through all these and go. Then system realize, okay, connection broken, somebody hacked, so it's more secure, safer.
就是这些，哪怕是原来这些数据，它们都存放在一起，就是连接在一起的，并不是一个分散的一个数据。如果有黑客想要去修改这里面的数据，它系统就能识别到这个就是某些地方发生了改变，然后它可能就会发出一些警报什么的。所以这个就是一个安全的，就是像一个安保这样。
Have they heard about database? Databases? So database can do the same thing. Database can do the same thing, but database is in one computer. You hack that computer, you can change anything you want. Here, it's your database is a network of computers. So if you want to hack and change, you have to hack and change all the computers. And also, when when you hack and change, these links get broken. So then it becomes known that somebody has hacked.
数据库是一样的道理，数据库是因为只存放在一个电脑里面，如果你把它分散到很多个电脑里面，然后形成一个系统，然后它就会跟这个区块链是一样的。如果有人要修改任何一个东西，它就会有一个警报。
So this is the same thing, but I have listed out in text. Same how it works. How it works.
也是它两个和运作的流程。
We'll take a look at a small demo of how it works. In future, no databases, everything only on blockchain.
未来会有数据库的东西了，都放在区块链里。
And sometimes today, companies can use database or blockchain, but when people know you use blockchain, people are happy to do business with you because they know you're storing data in a safe way.
区块链是用数据库，就是，但是如果当你用区块链的时候，可能你的合作公司就是比如跟你做有生意往来或者是合作，他们可能更希望选择你，因为你的数据更安全。如果你用的是区块链的话。
There is also this thing about this NFT, non-fungible token like digital art, which people buy and trade. Even NFT, digital art, is stored and kept in a blockchain. NFT.
You can show an example.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
找一个跟
Yeah.
NFT 相关。
At this point, you've probably heard about NFTs. And if you haven't, you've been living under a rock. In the past year alone, they've become a cultural phenomenon.
And I want to give one to everyone in the audience.
Everyone gets an NFT?
Yes, everyone.
Everyone gets an NFT?
Some people hate them.
These are like digital art. You make it digital, but you store it on a blockchain. People buy and people can sell, give to somebody. So this can be stored on a database also, but when it's stored on a blockchain, people are sure, they know it's secure, they know it's difficult for anybody to steal. So like that, let's say, does anybody like Formula 1 racing?
F1
Yeah.
赛车，你们喜欢赛车吗 ？F1
Yeah.
Formula 1
you have very popular Chinese driver in F1. I forget his.
是有个中国赛车手很有名的，那个上次发生车祸
Yeah, his
叫
name
什么
is Zhou Ganyu. Zhou Ganyu.
林志颖，可能他说的是另外一个人。哦，
Yeah.
我刚才要说林志颖，我以为他已经很有名。
Yeah, his name is Zhou Ganyu, and
赵刚游
yeah,
是谁？
he is. So let's say he is. He's racing and he's winning. When he crossed the finish line, he talks with his team, saying, "Yeah, we did it." That can be an NFT. That audio clip can be an NFT. Or he's finishing and then he's waving. They take a picture. That can be a NFT. So today, racing teams are selling those like digital files, special digital files, picture, audio, video clip, anything.
对。说在某一个很关键的时刻拍下的照片，或者是比较接近的，就是他穿过最后得冠军的时候，冲过那条线，终点线的时候，他跟他的团队说的第一句话，就是有人可能会把它拍下来，什么这些可以变成 NFT 可以拿去卖钱的。
So yeah, just we'll take a look at about NFT market.
Others think they're going to be the future of everything. But no matter where you fall on this divide, there's a lot to unpack here, including a booming $13 billion marketplace that's trying to become the Amazon of NFTs. But first, let's get on the same page about what an NFT actually is.
So let's say let's say I buy a digital picture of Zhou Ganyu when he wins the first Formula race. Let's say I buy for $100. 5-6 years later, say he become Formula World Champion, right? Formula One World Champion. Then people want pictures of his first win. Now I have digital picture. I say, okay, but now $10,000. So I buy for $100. I sell for $10,000.
他说，就是比如说我很喜欢这个中国这个赵某某的这个是周冠宇，周冠宇，他的就是我很喜欢他，然后他第一次得冠的时候拍下的那张照片，我当时以$100的价格买下来，但是可能过了几年以后，他变成了一个世界冠军。然后这个时候，很多人就想要买他第一次得冠军时候的照片。那这时候我拥有他的版权，我想要卖$10,000，我就从买$100，我卖到$10,000这样。这个 NFT。
Like Zhou Ganyu, aggressive driver gets angry very fast, like me.
他说我很喜欢这个赛车手，因为他跟我一样，他说也很 aggressive， 就是很有冲劲，然后但是也很容易生气，很容易暴躁，跟我一样。
There you go. True.
Essentially, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital file, like these here Bored Apes. But it could also be a photo or a song.
Largely, they are digital files stored somewhere on the internet.
Mitchell Clark is a news writer at The Verge, and he wrote The Verge's NFT Explainer. He helped me, who, until a few weeks ago, knew little to nothing about NFTs, grasp the subject a little bit better.
Most of what people think of as an NFT are actually the digital files, not what the NFT actually is. So the NFT is the record on the blockchain that stores the information about that digital file, who created it, who linked it to the blockchain, and then who bought it and who has owned it throughout its history. And that is what the actual NFT is.
Those transactions are noted on the blockchain, which is essentially a public digital ledger that records transactions on the decentralized web. The fact that all the changes are made publicly and there are so many computers working on validating them all at once makes it really difficult to hack or cheat the system.
Talk to me a little bit just about like some of the most ridiculous NFTs that you've seen during your reporting.
There's so many. I think the first one that I thought was Logan Paul did trading cards of NFTs. You'll find just things that look like they were done in paint by a child, which generally people don't buy those. Like, let's be clear. Just because you put an NFT up for sale doesn't mean that people are going to buy it. And then there's been the ones that are just downright offensive, like they're capitalizing on civil rights icons or artists who are now passed away. It's just like, I don't like that very much at all.
I mean, on the flip side, have there been any that you've seen and you're like, that's actually like, if I had $100,000 to spend, I might actually buy that?
I don't think that there are any of the art ones that I've been particularly interested in, but I have kind of enjoyed some of the programmatic ones.
This includes NFTs that actually get you something a bit more tangible than just an entry on a blockchain, such as video games or even access to elite members-only clubs. And there are even more sentimental NFTs.
It's also kind of a heartwarming story of these two cryptocurrency exchange employees who got married and they had an NFT wedding ring. Like their wedding ring was written to the blockchain. I thought that was cute.
This is all well and good, but how exactly do you give someone $69 million for a JPEG on the blockchain? While there are many marketplaces for NFTs, including Rarible or Foundation, there is one that is now valued at over $13 billion. OpenSea.
OpenSea's catchphrase for it is they want to be the Amazon of NFTs.
Russell Brandom is policy editor at The Verge. He walked me through how OpenSea became the de facto NFT marketplace and some of the growing pains that came with such tremendous growth.
The difference between OpenSea and the other ones, and I think part of what's made it so successful is a lot of the others kind of have this art gallery model where they have particular NFTs that they like and you go there because you want this particular type. And so it's very curated, it's very controlled. Whereas OpenSea, it's basically, this is a representation of what's out there. This is everything on the blockchain. And if it's on OpenSea, you can use these special ordering tools. So everything kind of eventually migrates there. And the fact that something's on there doesn't really mean anything about it. It doesn't have like the OpenSea stamp of approval. It's just the easiest place to buy and sell them. This is really the appealing thing about it is, you know, maybe investing in NFTs themselves is kind of like making this speculative bet, but they're the casino. They're the place where all of these bets are happening. And the fact that there are a lot of bets happening right now that's just a very good position to be in.
Yeah, and of course the house always wins.
Right, yeah.
But with OpenSea's growth came some bumps. Since its inception, there have been a lot of issues ranging from security flaws to scams to users allegedly purchasing their own NFTs to artificially inflate their value.
It's hard to put the insecurity on OpenSea specifically, but you get a lot of these situations where it's a totally unregulated marketplace. Like there are lots of new things that people are finding out how to do. I don't know if that's a security problem exactly, but it's like a moderation issue in this very chaotic marketplace that because OpenSea is kind of the broker of record, they end up at the center of it.
Growing pains aside, investors are betting on OpenSea moving beyond hyped up pictures of bored apes. Although Russell isn't too sure.
Put it this way, I think for any specific use case, the case for NFTs is pretty weak for me. Like, I'm not convinced that it'll take off in this particular area. But then there's this other, like, will it take off for something? Will we find some reason or something that this stuff is useful for? I'm sort of a little bit more credulous on that, where it's like, okay, all these people that are looking for something that this will be good for, and there's a ton of hype and a ton of energy, so hopefully they find something at some point, which I don't know if I want to bet on that, but it's at least plausible to me.
But regardless of what NFTs could actually be good for in the future, we might continue to see people splurging on digital goods for months or years to come.
I mean, do you think it had anything to do with the pandemic and people just being stuck at home and, you know, just not spending their money on normal other things that they normally would have been spending it on?
It's very possible. Another kind of angle to it is that they were being pitched and sometimes thought of by some people as an investment. And everyone had a rough 2020 and we're all trying to like get to a better place. And if there's some possible way that we can do that using this NFT, like we buy an NFT and we can flip it in 4 months for so much money, like what if we could sell $1 million NFT? That would be life-changing for almost everyone. So it's a little bit of, it might be a little bit of, wow, this is an interesting thing coming along. That's kind of hard to understand technically. So you can get caught up in the sales pitch of it. And then also kind of the gambling aspect of this thing could soon be worth millions of dollars if you're lucky. And for some people, it has worked out that way, which only throws more fuel on the fire.
With you, Russell, I assume the answer is going to be no. But
so that's the power of basically using NFTs. So digital files stored, used for trade, used for selling and all.
这个视频就是讲关于实体下来使用 NFT。
Okay. So the main features of using blockchain is that once the transaction happens, you can't deny because there's a record of what happened. Also, it's not one central place, it's distributed. And number 3 is that it's also very secure, because many computers are keeping the record. It's safe, it's actually secure.
区块链它的主要的特点就是它比较独立的，也不会互相依赖的，然后它也是去中心化的，比较分散，然后第3点就是它比较安全。
Right. So we'll take an example of how blockchain is used in shipping, because when you're using it for now, shipping normally means you have so many documents, you print, you fill, you scan, you send, you download lots of documents, importer, exporter, then the 2 banks and all that. But when you use blockchain for shipping, it's much more effective. You have one set of records and different people can log in, like edit, change, whatever they want, and that's it. So we'll take a look at, you can explain that.
区块链在运输行业里面的应用，就是运输本来它有需要很多的材料文件，需要签，包含进口商、出口商，还有进口方的银行、出口方的银行，就是有很多的材料你需要打印出来，然后签完以后再扫描，然后再重新发送，然后又需要打印。用区块链的话，就这些程序全部都可以省略掉，它可以更高效。你就是有一个数据在这里，然后这个文件，每个人都可以登录，也可以登出，然后去编辑自己的、填写自己的资料。
So we'll look at an example.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
The following is a demonstration of how IBM and Maersk are partnering to digitize and simplify global trade using blockchain to create trust and transparency in the supply chain. Global trade functions much as it has since the introduction of the shipping container in 1956. Manual paper-based processes are still common, and information about the status of goods is locked away in organizational silos. Today, 90% of goods in global trade are carried by the shipping industry, with the supply chain slowed by the complexity and sheer volume of point-to-point communication across a loosely coupled web of land transportation providers, freight forwarders, customs brokers, governments, ports, and ocean carriers. IBM and Maersk are addressing this problem with a distributed, permission platform accessible by the supply chain ecosystem designed to exchange event data and handle document workflows. Maersk and IBM are employing blockchain technology to create a global, tamper-proof system for digitizing trade workflow and tracking shipments end-to-end, eliminating frictions including costly point-to-point communications. The collaboration will launch with the potential ability to track millions of container journeys per year and integrate with customs authorities on selected trade lanes. In a recent test by Maersk, shipping a single container of flowers from Kenya to the port of Rotterdam resulted in a stack of nearly 200 communications. Using this example, we will examine how blockchain has been implemented to create trust and security in the digitized document workflow and improve the efficiency of global supply chains. Here we can see each distinct entity involved in the transaction: the growers, export authorities, ports, customs, and importers. Shipping from the port of Mombasa requires signatures from 3 different agencies approving the export and 6 documents that describe the origin, chemical treatments, quality of the produce, and customs duties. Firstly, using a PC or mobile device, the Kenyan farm submits a packing list that becomes visible to all participants. This action initiates a smart contract that enforces an export approval workflow between the 3 agencies. As each agency signs, the status is updated for all to see. Simultaneously, information about the inspection of the flowers, the sealing of the refrigerated container, the pickup by the trucker, and the approval from customs is communicated to the port of Mombasa, allowing them to prepare for the container. All actions relating to the documents and the physical goods are captured and shared, which documents were submitted, when and by whom, where the flowers are and who is in possession of them, and the next steps in their journey. Flowers are perishable, so it's crucial that there are no delays or missteps. Blockchain provides secure data exchange and a tamper-proof repository for these documents and shipping events. This system could significantly reduce delays and fraud, saving billions of dollars annually. And according to the WTO, reducing barriers within the international supply chain could increase worldwide GDP by almost 5% and total trade volume by 15%. For more information on how IBM can help make blockchain right for your business, please visit ibm.com/blockchain.
So you can just give a brief how they've used it.
就是说，原来的就是在运输行业里面应用区块链，原来在这个运输行业里面有需要很多的材料就沟通。前面举了一个例子是像是荷兰的郁金香，以前好像在一两百年前，这个是一个金融例子，就是郁金香就是从荷兰它卖到周边的很多个国家，然后价格涨得很快。然后它就是那个时候的运输，就是可能需要200多个文件，200多个这种沟通电话啊什么之类的。然后现在有区块链的话，就这些程序就变得很简化，而且很高效。
Right. So this is once again an example of it, but ask whether they have heard about Bitcoin.
比特币有没有听过？Yes, I think everyone.
Yeah, so everybody talks about Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is like a payment system for the blockchain. I can give my computer and make it a part of Mr. Liu's company's blockchain, right? I can do that, but then I am giving my computer for his company, right? Now, when I do that, my computer must be rewarded. So Bitcoin, Ethereum, this cryptocurrency is how you reward companies or rather you reward the computers that are in the blockchain. But later, what happened was people started using blockchain just for buying and selling the cryptocurrency. So it is actually like a side result or a side product of blockchain.
就是这个比特币其实算是区块链的一个副产品。他说原来最早比特币它在发明的时候是用来比如说我跟你交换，比如说用区块链就是交换，就是我可能要购买你的某个数据，然后我给你一个也就是用比特币来支付。然后发展到最后就变成大家都是就是直接交易了，就比特币我买你的，然后就失去了原来的最初的一个初衷。然后大家说它算是区块链的一个副产品。
Right. Okay. So then now we'll just take a look at like an illustration of how blockchain is working. We saw it used for different scenarios. This is in general how blockchain works. So like a very cartoon-like example, but easy to understand.
下面是
Ever wonder if there's an easier way to complete transactions without having to deal with online wallets, banks, and third-party applications?
Good if they pay very good attention because they draw and show how it actually works.
这就是一个
Well, it's possible thanks to blockchain. Here's everything you need to know about blockchain. Imagine 4 friends, Jack, Ted, Sam, and Phil meet up for dinner. After they're done, Jack pays the bill, and all of them decide to split the expense amongst each other. Now, on the next day, when Phil sends his share to Jack via online money transfer, the transaction goes through without a hitch. Then, Ted and Sam send their respective shares to Jack, but their transactions don't go through. The failed transaction cites some issues at the bank. That's when Jack comes to know about the many ways a bank transaction could fail. It could be due to technical issues at the bank. One of their accounts were hacked. daily transfer limits being exceeded, and sometimes additional charges, like transfer charges, associated with transferring money. To solve these problems, the concept of cryptocurrency came into existence. Cryptocurrencies are a form of digital or virtual currency that run on a technology known as blockchain. Thanks to blockchain, cryptocurrencies are immune to counterfeiting, don't require a central authority, and are protected by strong and complex encryption algorithms. And in a market of more than thousands of cryptocurrencies like Litecoin, Ethereum, Zcash, and so on, one reigns supreme: Bitcoin. Now, let's go back to our previous example and have Phil, Ted, and Sam send Jack 2 Bitcoins each as their contribution to the previous night's dinner. Let's assume Phil, Ted, and Sam have 3 Bitcoins in reserve, while Jack has 5. First, Phil sends 2 Bitcoins to Jack. A record is created in the form of a block. The transaction details between them is permanently inscribed in this block. This record also holds the number of Bitcoins each of the friends own. So, after Phil's transaction, Jack has 7 Bitcoins, while Phil has 1. Following this, Sam and Ted send 2 Bitcoins to Jack. A new block is created for each of these transactions. These blocks hold the transaction details as well as how many Bitcoins Sam, Ted, and Jack have in reserve. These blocks are linked to each other, as each of them takes reference from the previous one for the number of Bitcoins each friend owns. This chain of records, or blocks, is called a ledger, and this ledger is shared among all the friends, which acts as a public distributed ledger. This forms the basis of blockchain. So, what happens when Phil has only 1 Bitcoin left, and he tries to send 2 more Bitcoins to Jack? The transaction will not go through. This is because all his friends have copies of the ledger, and it's clear that Phil has only 1 Bitcoin left. His friends will flag this transaction as invalid. A hacker will not be able to alter the data in the blockchain because each user has a copy of the ledger. The data within the blocks are encrypted by complex algorithms. All of this is made possible with the help of blockchain technology. Blockchain can be described as a collection of records linked with each other, strongly resistant to alteration, and protected using cryptography. Now, let's have a closer look at the Bitcoin transaction between Jack and Phil and find out how it works. Every user in the Bitcoin network has 2 keys, a public key and a private key. The public key is an address that everyone in the network knows of, like an email address of a user. The private key is a unique address that only the user has knowledge of, something like a password. First, Phil passes the number of Bitcoins he wants to send to Jack, along with his and Jack's unique wallet address through a hashing algorithm. All of this is part of the transaction details. These details are encrypted using encryption algorithms and using Phil's unique private key. This is done to digitally sign the transaction and to indicate that the transactions came from Phil. This output is now transmitted across the world using Jack's public key. With this, the message or transaction can be decrypted only by Jack's private key, which only Jack has knowledge of. Different cryptocurrencies use different hashing algorithms. While Bitcoin uses the SHA-256 algorithm, Ethereum, which is also a famous cryptocurrency, uses one known as Ethash. This transaction and several other similar ones are taking place all around the world. These transactions are validated and then added block by block. The people who validate these blocks are called miners. For a block to be validated and added to a blockchain, miners need to solve a complex mathematical problem. The miner who solves this first adds the block to the blockchain and is rewarded with 12.5 Bitcoins. The process of solving the complex mathematical problem is called proof of work, and the process of adding a block to the blockchain is called mining. With this, Phil and Jack's wallets are updated, just like every person in the network who has completed a transaction. Now that you know about blockchain and its important concepts, time for a small quiz. What is the concept of blockchain that ensures data cannot be altered by any of the users within the network? A. Public distributed ledger. B. Proof of work. C. Proof of stake. D. Hash encryption. Let us know what you think is the right answer in the comments below. 3 lucky winners will get Amazon with better service. Walmart was facing problems in delivering quality products to its customers. They were facing a high return rate and large amounts of refunds due to their products' bad quality. They were unable to determine the point of failure in the supply chain, which started from farm to storage to transportation to processing all the way to the customer. Then, Walmart adopted blockchain technology. With blockchain, the quality of the goods at each step was permanently inscribed within a block. For example, when a customer flags a product as damaged, it can be correctly identified where the product got damaged in the entire supply chain, thus helping Walmart to identify the problem areas and fixing them. And this is just one of several ways blockchain is used in real-life applications. Can you think of any others? Let us know in the comments down below. That's all for now. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more.
So it's basically, it said, it's an algorithm, and that algorithm is basically the one that is keeping the records and showing and making sure it's safe. So as you can see, you can't just change one computer and change anything. The whole network has to change.
这个视频还在讲这个区块链，它是一个储存，然后所有你要通过修改一台电脑或者一个数据是不可能的，它所有的数据都是关联在一起的。
So moving on, this is the last part for this morning. This is one of my models which I have built and I'm working on through research. 4D model of digital transformation. That is the 4 dialogues or 4 discussions you need to have when you have tried to bring digital transformation change into your company.
这是就是数字化转型里面的一个4D 模型，这里面相当于说有四个对话，也就相当于有四个沟通。客户
Customer dialogue, supplier dialogue, internal dialogue, and leadership dialogue.
第一个是客户对话，第二个是供应商对话，然后互联网对话，还有一个是领导力对话。
So, first one is customer dialogue. Like, you must explain to your customers once you bring in this new technology, how will your operations change? And how their experience will change. What earlier they could get by email, now they have to maybe get it through the portal, the system. Sometimes what are the downtime that can happen? When you bring in new technology, there can always be some initial downtime. And if there is a problem or error, how they can still get their service. So sometimes you have to communicate to the customers the new technology you have brought in and how their experience will change, and also what might go wrong initially.
这是客户对话的部分，就是你要跟客户解释这些新的技术应用的时候，会怎么样会影响他们的体验。包含说原来可能是要发邮件，现在可能不是邮件，可能你要如果有什么账号登录，然后就可以获取信息。
The second one is basically how the supplier information, the supplier dialogue. You need to talk with your suppliers. Just because you go digital doesn't mean all your suppliers are ready to go digital.
就是供应商对话，就是说，假如你的企业已经做了数字化转型，但并不代表所有你的供应商也做了这种转型，所以你需要去跟他们沟通。
Sometimes you spend millions and get a new system, but that system needs the suppliers to supply or connect the supplier system with your system. But if suppliers are still going manual and paper-based, then your investment is in vain.
就假如说你的企业花了100万，购买了一个新的系统，然后这些系统它其实需要供应商来配合，就是输入一些数据。假如你的供应商还在用一些文件这种手写的东西，那你的系统相当于说这个花费是打了水漂。
And also That's why you must tell your suppliers what are the information you want from suppliers hereafter, what new systems the supplier must have, and you must even tell your technology suppliers what new devices and equipment you need, and also this will help you to have a realistic budget. Otherwise, companies have grand dreams about digital transformation, right? But they don't have the budget for it.
这个里面还包含沟通，不单单是你的材料的供应商，还可能包含给你们提供这个软件，这数字化转型的这个公司的供应商，你要告诉他你需要什么样的软件或者什么样的一个程序来支持你现在的工作，然后要了解预算，要花多少钱。有些公司可能想要转型，但是可能没有这个预算。
If you look at internal dialogue, means with your own people. Tell your people why you are doing this technology transformation, what support you want from them, how their work will change, because we discussed that the change is very difficult for people, right? So you must always have an internal dialogue with your own staff and tell them how the new technology will change the way they work.
第三点是一个内部的对话，内部就是指说你要应用这个数字化转型的时候，你要跟你内部的人沟通。我们接下来的工作可能就是会有一些变化，不是原来这样的方式。然后很多人是排斥变化，所以就这个内部沟通很重要。
Right. Okay. Well, the next one is leadership dialogue. You must, a lot of the time, company leadership basically will be for a long time company, like if the company leaders are not technology ready, they will always block technology. They sometimes think people are very scared of what they don't know. They are never excited to learn what they don't know. They are scared, so they try to block what they don't know. And when leaders block digital transformation, then it becomes a problem.
这是领导人的一个对话。假如说，因为人对未知的领域都是会恐惧的，所以也会抗拒。如果领导人不了解这些新的技术，然后在你要运用这些数字化的时候，他可能会就是最后是一个什么就可能他本来是一个要批准的人，但他可能会说 no。
Right. And also you must tell them how you will be measuring the success of digital transformation, like reduction of errors, like by what percentage we can reduce errors, what is the percentage by which we can increase our customers. All these things, these are measurement tools using which you can check whether the digital transformation project is working or not.
就我们也要在沟通的时候，也要阐述这个可测量的部分，就是可以量化的东西 KPI。比如说我应用这个数字化的时候，我可以提升我运用多少，花多少的成本，我可以提升多少的绩效，或者开发多少更多的客户，或者是说可以降低多少的成本。这些可测量、可以量化的数据，也可以告诉这个领导者他的就是必要性。
So, any questions on this? You can ask them whether they have prepared invoices. Now, in it's a used company, you prepare invoices, right? Invoice. So you normally have a person looking at Excel sheet, whom to send for what, and then you prepare invoice. But today we have a technology called process automation. You have like a software robot inside the computer. Sit and watch how you make invoice, how your accountant makes invoice, and then after that it can do by its own. Look at the Excel, make the invoice, send the email, all automatic.
以一种公司为例，说你是在给客户开报价单的时候，就是传统的模式是不是要打开眼睛，然后在里面输入这些报价啊这些，然后但现在可能有一个软件，就是直接你就坐在这里就可以，它好像反正就是很简单的模式，然后你可以把这两个模式，就是原来的这种传统的开一个报价单的，跟现在这个有软件的做对比。
So I will show now how it works. How a software robot can on its own do the work that a human normally does. So
接下来他会放一个视频，就是讲那机器人怎么样来做这些工作。
Have you ever wondered what robotic process automation, or RPA, can do for you? In short, it provides a competitive advantage by helping you improve both accuracy and speed of operations while radically driving down costs. So how does it work? In this video, we'll show you how a UiPath streamlines an invoice process end-to-end. You are about to see a robot performing the following activities. Monitoring a dedicated folder where invoices are saved in PDF format. Reading invoices from that folder one by one. Extracting key information from the invoices. Opening SAP. Filling in invoice details in SAP. Sending email notifications. Please note that the robot will do some activities in the background, such as most of the invoice-related actions, monitoring a folder or checking its email address. Now let's see it working. Right now, it's monitoring a folder where 3 invoices are stored and collecting all the information needed so it can register them one by one. It then asks the tester to introduce the email address where the posting notification will be sent, and also performs basic checks to see if the SAP is open and runs it on its own if not. Logging into SAP using its credentials, it then starts processing the invoices one by one. We can see it filling in data such as vendor code, invoice date, invoice number, invoice amount, invoice description, and GL account, and ends up by filling the payment term. Following that, it registers the remaining 2 invoices in the assigned company code. An email containing the SAP registration number is sent automatically by the robot after successfully registering each invoice. Checking in the background, the robot verifies whether the VAT on the invoice matches the one in our database, and if so, will post it automatically. Otherwise, it will park it and send a dedicated email to the responsible person highlighting this difference and asking what to do. Post the invoice or to cancel it and send it back to the vendor. All the invoice's details are visible in the email it sends, so let's reply with yes to the message for an invoice with a VAT difference. Finally, it will check its email address in the background, access SAP using the appropriate transaction code, and post the invoice. And that's it. The robot has successfully posted the 3 invoices in SAP.
So, quick, one question from not from Mr. Yu, but for the 3. AI doing human job, good or bad?
他说这是一个问题，就是于总不用回答，你们另外3位可以回答。他说，这个人工智能来做人类做的工作，这是好事还是坏事？
Make like maybe like question is when AI is doing this work, is it making their life easy or difficult?
你刚才看到的这个机器人系统嘛，就是自动生成那些什么报价啊什么，然后你错的时候会反馈给那个供应商，自动退回去，就是什么税啊什么对不上的时候，它这个对不上的话，它就往下走。他在问说，这样子的工作，就是他们 AI 这种人工智能替代了人的工作，是让你的生活变得更好，还是变得更差？有弊在哪里？有弊在哪里？你失业啊
Yeah.
So
They say
there's both sides. The good part is for the company, they can reduce a lot of
yeah.
cost.
Yeah. So my question was whether it makes their life easy or difficult when there is AI doing all this manual work.
他说，老师再重复问一下，说你们觉得这是让人的生活变得更好，还是变得更差 ？It's good.
Yeah, easy. So I ask now, Mr. Yu, as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, when AI is doing all the work for the company, does he need to pay salary to people or no need?
我这个问题问于总的说，如果用这个人工智能系统给公司做这些工作的话，你还需要给人就员工付工资吗？No.
No need, no need, yeah? No need. Do it.
可以。
So today morning report come from IMF, International Monetary Fund, that 40% of jobs worldwide will be affected by AI. AI can do 40% of the jobs of people. So now AI can even teach. So maybe in another few years, I'm not needed. AI will do my job.
对，他说，就今天早上他看到，他每天好像看新闻都就是很新的新闻。他说，国际货币基金组织就是有调查说，现在已经有40%的人的工作已经被这种人工智能系统替代了。未来可能他说，老师说，可能他的工作也不需要了，可能是在一个 AI 在给我们讲课。
McDonald's in America by 2030. 15% of all their outlets will be with 0 people. That is only robots.
麦当劳他们有一项就是计划，还是说预测，说在2030年的时候，他们的就是商店门店里面可能就是基本上 zero staff， 门店可能会实现零员工，全都是机器人在给大家服务。
Yeah, so it's very difficult to think of any job that is not going to get affected by AI. Everything, even sports, we will have robots playing it. So sometimes you can make money by using technology, but sometimes you also have to make money by creating technology. So into the future, a lot of money will be there to be made by creating new technology.
就是说很难讲哪一个工作或者哪一个行业它不会受到这种人工系统的影响。就是那我们要想的是，在未来，就是你可以通过应用AI 系统来赚钱，还可以考虑从发明这些 AI 的赚钱。包含运动类被 AI 替代。
Kiko, even sometimes translation services is auto use.
他说这个翻译的工作也可以被 AI 替
But
代。
you can say voice not as sweet as your voice.
可能声音没有这么好听。He already has a phone like
Yes.
app.
Yeah. I try to use that. So my honeymoon, I go to Bali, Indonesia. I try to ask how to go to like Nusa Penida, one mountain. I try to ask. I say to the app and I give it to the driver. The driver can't speak English. But the driver, when I make him hear, until that point he was all smiling, and then I make him hear that he was like, and then later I asked somebody else, and he said, no, the translation in the app was wrong, because instead of asking how to go to this place, it has told the driver, get lost.
Okay. 他说他去巴厘岛度蜜月的时候，要去一座山上，然后司机不会讲英语，然后他用软件的翻译，就是说怎么去那个地方，还是说那个地方在哪里？然后那个司机就是好像听明白的，好像听明白。后来他发现对了，然后就停下来问了路边的人，然后那个就说哦不对，这个翻译不对，这个翻译软件说的不太对。他说反正那个司机就有点听半懂半不懂。
Okay, so traditional automation was very limited. You pre-program like robo arm, pick from here, keep there, take from here, keep there. That's it. One task only. It doesn't think, only speed. Today, robots can actually think. It can learn, think, and respond. Have they watched Avengers, Iron Man? Sophia, yes. But have they watched Iron Man, like Marvel, Avengers movies? No.
他是说传统的机器人就是以前的那个，比如说你给他一个指令，他可以什么东西放在这里，然后但这些人这个机器人不会思考，但现在的机器人是会思考。然后就是问我们有没有看过some movie about
Yeah, have just asked them whether they have watched Marvel Avengers. Marvel Avengers. Avengers. It's some of them might have watched. I'll show the picture. It's fun. You watched? Yeah. What do you call Avengers in Chinese? What is the Chinese name? What do they call it? Who? Who told? Okay. So ask them whether this guy is always seen. This guy here is always Iron Man. That's what we call him. He's always speaking to like a software system called Jarvis. So today that is possible, that you can have a conversation with a AI automated robo system.
他说里面有一个人物，就是他只拿着，比如说什么设备，然后就是对着那些软件说话。反正现在是有可能是
Iron Man, yeah. Yes. China is the biggest market for Avengers. Avengers, the movie Marvel, their biggest revenue is from China.
他说这部电影在中国的营收就是可能是最大的，就是最大的市场。
And part of it is filmed in China also. Part of the movie is filmed in China.
有一部电影有一部分也在中国拍摄。
So, okay. Time for discussion. Any question?
没问题。
Okay. Right. So you can take lunch break with that. We can maybe we start at take like short 1 hour. Like say 1:10 we can start, and there's only a small part about cyber security. How to keep ourselves safe online, and how to protect, and also about dark web, where like how we can see sometimes criminal the internet. How so we will see about the cybersecurity, the problems, and how criminals are using the internet for activities, and how we can be safe. So that's what we are going to talk about after the.
今天下午都休息完之后1:10上课，然后下午的课就是有关如何保证个人信息安全，就是在网络上的个人信息安全，有关什么一些犯罪啊。
Okay, thank you. Our personal life, more things online than we think.
就是今天下午我们要讲的是数字化的安全、信息安全方面。就只要我们用网络，我们的信息就会传到网络上。然后我们很多时候并没有意识到说，他们这些信息也面临着风险，它实际存在的风险比我们知道的、了解的要多。
So I have a little demonstration to show. This is they did an experiment in Belgium, Brussels. Belgium is very famous for chocolates and beer. So there is a little research in Belgium to try and understand about this more, and like an experiment called social experiment.
就是在比利时有做了一个研究，有关社交方面的研究，他们就想要了解，就是想要创人版这些东西，然后比利时它要
Dag Fien. Dus kun je voelen. Ik zie een school tegen Antwerpen.
Ja.
Insecten.
Dat blieft?
Ik voel 2 insecten op je rug. Kan dat?
So random people come in, and this person is pretending like he's able to like see and read the mind and tell about the tattoos in the body, bad balance, like that. So.
Ja.
他说这个人就是假装就陌生人过来，然后他假装可以读取你的思想，然后或者你身上的纹身什么，可以看到你身上的东西，那他身上的纹身。
Slovenië?
Sorry.
Een moto, oranje. Pats erop. Zenit? Oui, oui, bien. Je hebt een vriendin, Julie de...
Ja.
Een boeiend liefdesleven. 3, 4 zelfs.
De 4e, daar zwijg ik meestal over, dus dat weten niet veel mensen.
Hoe is het met je spierscheur? Maison rouge, balcon, blanc. Ja. Ik zie geld, ik zie transacties, maar kent je rekeningnummer van buiten? Ik denk dat ik het wel weet. Die staat wel negatief op je bankrekening.
Ja?
9-7. Last month, you spent €200 on alcohol. Vorige maand €300 aan kleding gespendeerd. 8.
Ja.
5. Voor een huis dat van eigenaar gaat veranderen. €795.000.
Ja, eigenlijk.
41.
Ja.
Is dat juist?
Ja, dat is juist.
So now he's going to show how he knows so much about these people.
Oh my god. Oh man. Ah, dat is, ik weet niet hoe eng.
So there's so much of information about us is online. Today you can go to the dark web and you can see you can buy credit cards. You can give $300 and buy like 1,000 credit card information, and some of it might work, some of it might not work, some of it will work. But You pay $300, get credit, let's say 500 credit cards with $5,000, $10,000 credit limit. You never know. And sometimes our credit card information might also be there inside.
他说现在有的人花$300可以买1000张信用卡，然后他就去试，可能有时候碰到一些就信用卡里面可以花很多钱的，然后刚才那个视频就是说一个人假装他知道这些人的一切，然后其实都是通过网络上的信息。
So that's why you must always set two-factor authentication, where not only password, but before you do something where like a code comes to your phone and you have to enter that code, then only it works. So let's say I try to log into my Facebook, right? Before, when I try to log into my Facebook from a new laptop or computer, I have to enter the password, but they also send the code to my phone. So I have to enter that code, then only I can log in. That way it's called two-factor authentication.
就是说，比如说我要打开我的电脑，需要输入密码，原来只要密码就可以，但现在可能还需要收到你的短信验证，然后这个就叫就是需要2个码的一个安全系统。
So because sometimes now people can even hack your phone, and using the phone they can open bank apps and transfer. That's why even if you have you have your WeChat, WePay, you have your banking app, always make sure you have not just the password, but something maybe where you have to keep fingerprint. Now in my phone, for me to do a banking transaction, I need to first keep my thumbprint to open the app. Then again, I have to enter a password to access the account. And when transferring, a separate code comes to my phone. So without 3 checkings, no one can do a bank transaction from my phone.
就是说，现在手机软件，我们微信可以支付，然后还有很多手机银行软件，就是至少就比如说可以通过什么方式让它更安全？就比如说你要打开你这个软件的时候，你要按指纹，然后打开以后你要输入密码才可以就打开你的账户，然后在转账的时候还要再收到一个验证码之类的，就是相当于说3重保护，就这样子就减少说黑客来攻击你的手机，然后就可以获取你这些信息。
And be very careful. Those days, virus always comes like a zip file, or you have to install a software. Today, it can be a simple. Today, it can be a simple today it can be a simple picture, image. You open the image. When you open the image, it will basically, the virus is going in and they're able to take the picture. But today also this, once again, a lot of this digital security stuff you can see in the movies also. Today, sometimes you can even impersonate another person, like make it appear as if somebody is there when they are not really there, right? So you can just explain that. I'll show an example.
有些人就可以假装，哪怕就是现在的技术可以，你跟什么人通话，然后他好像就在你面前一样。然后就是要注意，他之后给我们看视频。
I'm a big movie fan. I normally watch at least 7 movies a week. And whenever I see something interesting related to what I teach, I always try to bring that to the teaching.
老师说他每周都看至少7部电影，他每次看到电影里面跟他现在教的这个内容有相关的话，他就觉得他想要把它用到课堂上。
I like Jackie Chan too.
他也喜欢成龙。
Ethan, they're heading to Germany. That side of the airport is all yours.
Thank you, Luther. I see the buyer.
Got him. The buyer is
Those days it's just science fiction, but today Google Glass that actually has that feature. You can analyze what's in front.
Otto on board Swiss National. He's connecting to Venice, departing in 30 minutes on flight 1031.
AG, get me on that flight to Venice. Yep, flight 1031 to Venice. Stand by.
Ethan, what just happened?
He was bumped.
Bumped. What do you mean bumped?
That woman packed his pocket. Hacker, tell me who she is. It's the Utah comes.
What is it?
That bag was on its way to flight 1031.
What bag?
There was a suspicious bag alert a few minutes ago.
So what about it?
It was on its way to flight 1031 to Venice. It's the buyer's plane. It's Ethan's plane. Luther, do you copy? Who is she? What if it wasn't Fossilal? What if somebody is trying to smuggle a bomb onto that plane?
And what if that's what the entity wants us to think, to keep Ethan off that plane?
Luther, what's happening? Should we warn him?
No.
Guys, you hear me?
Find that bag. I'll direct you. Go.
Luther, just tell me, is there something wrong?
Nothing to worry about. It's under control. Got her. Info on the woman is coming now. Whoever she is, she's no spy.
She's a thief. Where are we going?
Benjamin, there's a door on your immediate left. I'm unlocking it now. The bag you're after is on tray 01833.
So
Heading towards the north.
I have a quick question. What technology is this? They are tracking the bag from the computer in another place. What technology?
老师，问题是，说刚才他们是通过一个技术来追踪这个包，你们认为他们用的是什么技术？facial identity.
No, the bag. They can track where the bag is. I think you in Internet of Things.
就是 IoT， 就是应用到很多运输啊什么的。
833. Heading towards the northwest corner of the facility.
Copy that. Hi.
Hello. Oh, I get it. He thought I was someone else. I'm also just.
But there's also the part to. I'll show you the spoofing. So now there is also some people who are tracking.
Where am I going?
Benji, head down the stairs.
Okay, I'm there.
So they are using drones to try and track the other guy. But see what happens.
That's him, right in front of you. Okay. Hey, sorry. Thought you were somebody else.
Nice jerking our chain.
Everybody, two-man teams, spread out.
Ethan, our American friends are getting lies. They're breaking up against the airport. You guys be okay.
So what do I call you?
How about Grace? And you?
Now listen, Grace, you should know we're not the only interested party. If I tell you to run, you run.
Run. This is getting exciting.
Benji, have you got that bag?
I found it.
So it's an interesting movie, but today you can track, but sometimes you have the technology. You saw the two people going and checking a wrong person because on the screen they hacked and showed as if it was the guy they were chasing. So today it has technology is very strong, but like anything, like a knife, you can use it to cut fruits in a very tasty way. You can also use it to kill somebody. Similar thing. In my experience, I'll give you one example. Like COVID times, my mother had this problem. Somebody was calling and just telling just nonsense stuff over the phone. It's an old phone. So then I got the number. I saved it. I check on WhatsApp. I can see his profile picture. I take the profile picture, put it to a Google image search. His FB profile comes up. I click it, then I get all this information, his vehicle number, everything. So I call even his brother's name and where the brother works. So I call the brother. He was working in a hospital. I say, I give you 1 hour. Ask your brother to call and apologize to my mother. If not, the military or police will be there in 1 hour. So technology is there to help you to cheat, do good things, but also to catch people who do bad things.
他说，就是技术是一个双刃剑，就好像一把刀一样，你可以切水果，然后也可以杀人。他说，在疫情期间发生在他身上，他妈妈接到一个电话，可能是像骚扰电话之类的，反正就是一个不太好的。然后他说，他根据就是他拿到这个电话号码，然后他就可以上网查到这个人的，就是他的社交账号的图片，然后还有他的车牌号，还有他甚至他弟弟的一个电话。然后他最后他打电话给这弟弟，好像是在医院工作，然后他就跟那个弟弟说：“我给你1个小时去处理，你要告诉你的兄弟，你要打电话给我妈妈道歉，要不然1个小时之后就会警察去你家里面抓。” She said, "Can you teach us how to do it?"
Yeah. So if you get like a call, you save the number. You use WeChat or WhatsApp.
他问你是用微信还是用 WhatsApp？ WeChat most.
WeChat. So WeChat, you have the profile picture. So you can just take a profile picture, save it, or take a screenshot, drag and drop it to Google image search. And then if you know in Facebook or anything, wherever that picture is, it will give you a link, and from that you can get the information.
就是他的做法，就是他先把那个号码保存下来，保存下来以后，你就会在WhatsApp 上面看到他的头像啊什么的，然后你把这个头像截图下来，然后你再发到Google 里面去搜一下，然后因为 Google 它就会跟所有的社交媒体也会连接在一起，特别是像 Facebook， 它好像就反正就是你能搜到这张图片的出处，然后你可能就会搜到这个人的相关，比如 Facebook 账号、Instagram 账号，然后他相关人 Facebook 很容易泄露信息的，就是你包含你相关的人，你同时到过什么地方，比如说昨天或者我们现在在上课，我们比如说有人在搜语种，他都搜到我们的信息。就 Facebook 是一个很没有私密的一个然后就是我们同时出现在什么地方，你只要搜其中的一个人，所有人信息都能搜到。
So Mr. Liu's company, you know, it has like a website. You can ask him if he has a website.
于总他问说，你公司有网页吗？有没有网站
？Website, yeah. What is the web address?
网页网址。
D.
Y.
Y.
YD.
GG. So YDG. 1G. Okay. This one? Where? I used to So this is like all the information about the website, the company website, the address in which your website is hosted, and also yeah, this is website address, and yeah, it's where it's hosted. This is also this is also your details of the the web server on which your website is running. It's like a Linux Linux OS server. Now, but the thing is, if anyone wants to attack or hack, I'm just trying to show how easy it is with technology to get information. They just have to go to here and search for Linux web server Nginx OS. Sorry, Linux Nginx web server vulnerabilities. So all the problems known about the web server in which Mr. Yu's company website is hosted can be found from the internet. So sometimes for a good hacker, I'm not a hacker, I only teach about it, but for a good hacker, this is the only information they need.
他说，就是黑客如果想要攻击的话，就是他很容易找到这些信息，包含你的服务器，然后你那个 IP 在哪里。他说我是在教这个东西，我不是。如果我是一个黑客的话，他就很容易。
So his company's website is hosted with Aliyung Computing. Aliyung, yeah, correct? Yeah. So, so this is normal network information, but sometimes that's all like someone into hacking, really good at hacking. This is all they need. This is all they need.
就是说，一个黑客想要攻击什么，这些信息就够了。他查到这些信息。
When I left school, my first degree is in computer science. So when I left school, initially I wanted to be specializing in like hacking and network security. Yeah. But then I meet girlfriend and she said, no, you study business with me. So I shift to that side.
What did you study?
I studied marketing and accounting, but I finished the degree. But later on, when I joined here, they say, we take you because you have computer degree and also you have business marketing.
That's great. 他说，老师原来第一学历学的是计算机，然后他说他那时候是想要做就是黑客啊或者网络安全这一块，然后后来他遇到他女朋友，然后他女朋友学市场营销管理的，然后后来然后他来这里上课，因为学校说你同时具备这两个背景，所以我们是找他来。
But after I started studying business, we break up. So she goes separate. But still, my parents, I come home to tell my parents I don't want to study business anymore, and my parents say, before I say anything, they show them the receipt and say, we have paid in full for your course, so finish that also.
他说他跟他女朋友分手了，然后他就不想学了。他本来就不想继续学，然后那他家父母说，我都已经给你付了学费了，你给我学完，然后他才学。Interesting.
So if you look at cyber security today, all governments say cyber security is like the number one threat. So you take Ukraine-Russia war, you have also Ukraine and Russia hackers hacking into each other. You also have from China and from USA hackers from both sides. We call it state-sponsored hackers. So government hacker groups trying to hack and steal information from each other.
在网络安全在所有政府里面都是属于首要的第一位的。它在俄乌战争里面，就是俄罗斯跟乌克兰双方都有黑客，就互相攻击网络。 然后说美国和中国也是双方都有黑客在互相就套取一些信息，啊，这个叫做国家，就是国家这种黑客集团里面。
So this is the amount of, by 2025, we expect 75 billion internet connected devices to be there in the world, 75 billion. So that means that there is 75 billion possibilities of hacker attacks. Now they have found a lot of cars are connected to the internet. They have found out that it is possible to hack a car from outside and take control. This is also why aircraft Wi-Fi, when aircraft, the airplanes, flights give you Wi-Fi, they don't send the Wi-Fi through the main aircraft system. They bring it from an outside system because they don't want to connect a Wi-Fi and an aircraft system.
就是这个数据是说，在2025年可能会有多少，就是75亿这个就是很高的一个数值的，那就是网络上在用的这个东西。然后他说这样子也说明它的网络安全隐患更高，就是很多汽车不是现在汽车里面都有一些系统，就研究认为，就未来有可能通过黑客攻击的话。就可以通过在外部就可以控制一辆车，这就是为什么飞机上的网络他们是跟地面上的网络是隔开的，就哪怕它提供 WiFi 用的是他们内部的 WiFi， 如果跟外面的网络连通的话，也很可能很容易被劫机。
So these are some of the common problems like social engineering. Like sometimes you get passwords from people, like two people might be having a coffee and one person says, oh, I'm using my daughter's name as my password. It's very easy. But he's telling it to his best friend, but somebody might be like listening, behind. Hacking, then malware, like you send virus. So all these are risks today in the digital world. Sometimes employees, they will expose wrong things that the company is doing by going and telling the outside world. So that is called whistleblower.
就是说风险的存在，就有些人会说我用我什么账号，然后密码我用我小孩的名字作为密码，这个很简单，然后他可能是在跟一个最好的朋友讲这个事情，但可能就被后面的人听到，就有可能被利用，然后你的账号就会存在风险。
So some examples, there is the Flame cyber attack where they in 2012 across the Middle East, so many computers were affected, including like government agencies. And this virus, when it affects a computer, records everything, including like keyboard stroke. So everything you type gets captured. So this is one virus like that.
就是有一个黑客事件，就是很有名的一个黑客事件，它甚至键盘上面键盘都被控制，然后就是说这个事情影响很大。
So this is another attack where in 2009 in US and South Korea both US and South Korea both they send this and it was basically like it sent like a bot where it will take control of a computer and get it to try and bring down another different set of computers. So this is another one where in US and South Korea both. So sometimes a virus can take over computers in two countries and use them to bring down another website. So imagine a virus taking control of 1 million computers and trying to get all that 1 million to access Amazon.com or Alibaba. It's too much of a load, so that website will come down.
就是这个是发生在2009年的一个网络黑客事件，它同时攻击了美国跟韩国的网络，然后就是有点像说他同时用多少200万台的电脑，然后去攻击一个网站，就比如说他去 同时登录那个亚马逊或者是阿里巴巴，然后这整个网络就瘫痪了。
And this is another one in Iran. There was this attack on the nuclear plants. So US used a virus and brought down lots of like more than 1,000 nuclear engines in different nuclear plants in Iran. So in governments also are using this to attack other governments today.
这个是伊朗的什么原子能，说是一个政府，就某个政府也是运用这个来攻击他们的，可能是原子能的系统。
So this is a quick look at where the hacker attacks are coming from and where it's going. So basically, we say the hacker attacks are at like going from, if you look at the top countries, the source is where it's coming from. So US is the biggest country from where the hacking attack happens, but it's also the bigger country to where hacking attacks come. But China is also there among the top 5 in both cases.
美国是最大的黑客受害国，也是黑客的发源地，就是很多黑客也是来自美国。然后中国在黑客这块也是处于全球第5大，就前五大受影响的国家。
We'll take a look at one example. This is from India, but how easy it is to like convince people over the phone to give information, right?
Hello?
Am I speaking to Mr. Umesh Mehta?
Yes. What is this regarding?
Hello, sir. I'm Swati Mishra calling.
Hello?
Am I speaking to Mr. Umesh Mehta?
Yes. What is this regarding?
Hello, sir. I'm Swati Mishra calling from GHC Bank. So you have been a loyal customer. So we want to send you on a free trip to Australia. On this trip, you can take up to 1 guest. So who would you like to take along with you, sir?
My wife?
Oh, so sweet, sir. अंकल जी घूमना चाहते हैं और हमारा काम है उनको घुमाना. Sir, can you give me her name and your PAN card number, please?
Yes. Her name is Parul Mehta. And PAN number is...
So she's asking for wife's name and his ID number, which is probably the answers to the security questions of the bank.
打断打电话对这个银行，所以你是我们自己公司的本，所以我们想要自己一个免费的旅行去澳大利亚，然后携带一位公司的人员，你想要带谁？他说想先说我的妻子，然后我说那你可以提供他的名字和身份证号码，然后他就开始说了，这个问题一般是在银行需要问的。
अंकल जी ने अपने बैंक सिक्योरिटी क्वेश्चंस के सारे जवाब दे दिए.
So, when are you sending us?
When would you like to go, sir?
July is a birthday, no?
Oh, that's great, sir. I have selected July. To confirm the month of July, please help me with the 6-digit international travel code that we have just sent you, sir. हमारा बोलने का मतलब OTP था, लेकिन जब हम
So when he tries to when they try to log in to his account, the OTP, the one-time password, goes to his phone. But she's over the phone with him saying, we just sent you the international travel passport or online travel passport. So here it's not a technology failure, it's a human failure. And 80% of the time, hacker attacks happen not because of technology failure, but because of human intelligence failure.
他说，在技术方面其实没有问题，但是就是人被误导的时候，就是注意用这种陷阱去引导他的时候，他可能就犯这种错误。就是他在打电话的时候说，我刚刚给你发了一个，他就问说，那你想什么时候去旅行？就这个 老伯伯他就很急切的问说，那我们什么时候可以去旅行？他问说，那你想什么时候去？他说，我妻子的生日在7月份，我想7月份去。他说，啊，那好啊，那我们就安排在7月份。那我刚刚给你发了一个，就是什么叫做国际旅行码发到你的手机，你能不能告诉我一下？其实那个就是验证码，就是打款啊之类的验证码。他换一个名头，他就说你这个就是国际旅行码，然后他可能电话那边就告诉他。
इसको इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल कोड बोलते हैं, तो हमारा अंकल जी का जो दिमाग है
7
वेकेशन मोड में चला जाता है।
4 5 2 6 1
थैंक यू सो मच सर। देखो हमने अंकल जी के ओटीपी से इनके बैंक अकाउंट में घुस के इनके रिटायरमेंट सेविंग्स के सारे पैसे ढाप लिए।
You know, my wife will love this surprise.
Yes sir, this will be a big surprise.
So this is happening a lot in India, even in China, in Sri Lanka, especially because today we have 5 different generations. People born in 1945, the baby boomers, and then people who are born 1998, generation Alpha, right? So these young people are very tech savvy. The old people, don't know technology at all. So when a person calls and speaks nicely and says, they believe them. And that's why it's very easy to carry out these attacks.
就是说就是在斯里兰卡有不只是印度、中国，还有斯里兰卡有2人，因为在现在的就是几代人同时生活在现在，有的人可能是出生于1940年，有的年轻人在1990后，然后年轻人可能会知道这是一个陷阱，但是当老年人接到这种电话，就语气很和善，然后就跟他讲例子，就可能就会相信。很多时候这种失效，就是这种安全失效，不是因为技术的失败，而是因为人叫什么人情的失败。
So this is basically what we call the CIA, the cyber security triad, right? The cyber security triad. What it means is that we have to protect 3 things: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality means when information is stored, that information should be when information is stored, that information should be should not be going to outside people. Integrity means when you store information, no one should be able to just change it, right? Only authorized people should be able to change it. And availability. If I want to access a website, say movie tickets website, it has to be available when I want to access it. So CIA, confidentiality, integrity, availability. These are 3 important security features of any information system.
网络安全的一个方法。
Another way to look at the same thing, we say there is something called threat. Vulnerability equals risk. Threat means something outside that is dangerous, right? Something outside that is like dangerous, like a new virus or new hacker group, that is called the threat. Vulnerability means something inside the system which, like a known weakness. Let's say you are using like an old virus guard, you are using old software. So that's a weakness, inside problem. Risk is when these 2 come together, it's the risk. So you have a new threat, your systems are weak, risk is high. You have a small threat, but systems are strong, risk is low. So risk means the chance that something might go wrong.
风险就是它这个公式说，前面这个威胁是属于外部的威胁，就好像有个新的病毒在外面，然后就很危险。然后呢，绿色这个叫做内在的弱点，就是假如说你用的是一个比较旧的版本，某一个软件用的旧的版本，它就比较容易被黑客攻击。然后它们这个外部威胁跟内部的弱点结合在一起的时候，就会产生一个风险。然后假如说这两者有一个是强的，一个是弱的，它可能这个风险就会降低。就是你的内部用的软件是新版本的，它可能就没办法那么外部虽然很危险，但是没法攻击。两个条件同时存在。
So there are different parties involved in this hacking. Sometimes you have like internal people like your employees, they try to hack and steal information. You have hackers from outside. You have activists like Anonymous. You know, there's this group called Anonymous. They hack government systems when they are not happy with the government. And also the governments, they are also involved in hacking other governments, right? But out of these, the people who do most hacking is internal employees. 70% of all hacking attacks are internal generated.
他说，就是黑客有几种形式存在，就是网络安全的隐患。第一个就是内部的使用者，就是内部的雇员。他说这个其实是所有网络安全里面最重要的一块。然后有黑客，然后有一些专门就是就是比较讨厌政府的，专门去攻击政府的，还有就是不同政府之间互相攻击。那这些都是属于少部分，最大的部分就是内部的雇员。
Right. So, just ask them whether they have heard of Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden.
The guy from US.
Yeah.
你知道斯诺登吗？ CIA 就是中情局，揭露了很多他们。
He knows, you have heard. So this is how Edward Snowden, he took all the CIA files on a device, right? This is how he took it out.
Coming. So it's close. It's very close. Don't tell me you're involved in this too.
Well, Trevor fucking wrote me into going through their zero.
To just take it out, you know, like the security guard did not suspect him that he was doing the scan and the chip was actually hitting in the Rubik cube.
他就利用这种社会的关系，就是他可能跟一个保安平常比较熟，所以他就玩那个，这叫什么？就扔给他，然后就逃避了那个扫描。
So if you look at the intentions of why we have this, why people hack. Sometimes they are just playing, they just want to test and see. Sometimes they want money. Sometimes it's for like political action, like Anonymous. And then to hire me, you have some people called ethical hackers. So ethical hackers are people who will hack and show that they can hack, and then get the.
就是这个黑客的动机呢，有几种，一种可能就是玩，他就觉得好玩，还有一种就是想要拿钱，然后第三个可能是一些就是政治的因素，还有一种就是最后一种就是为了获得一份工作，他会觉得我做这个黑客的动作，然后展示我有这个能力，那我可以进入别人电脑，可以做雇佣。
Right. So these are all different hacktivist groups or hacking organizations. Anonymous, Chaos Computer Club, Fancy Bears is Russian. Syrian Electronic Army is from Syria. So like that, China also has their own army. You get the hacking army. North Korea has a hacking army. So what they do is they work. Some of them are anonymous. Like some of them are just independent. Some are affiliated with a government.
有现有的一些黑客组织，然后有几个不同国家的那个 Fancy 那个 Bear 是俄罗斯的，然后最后那个是叙利亚的，然后说有一些这种组织是比较独立的，有的是就是和政府一起做这种黑客组织。
So, right. So this is one example, Kiko. It's Sony made a movie called Interview. It was about this. It was about two American interviewers going and killing Kim Jong-un. So North Korea said, don't do that movie, but Sony did it. And then what happened was North Korean hackers hacked into Sony, took the movie, released it all over the internet so that people will not go to the theaters to watch. So it began, and they also hacked into the Sony PlayStation network also.
就这件事，就是索尼想要拍一个电影，就是讲美国两个就是 interview， 就是好像是叫采访者还是说什么记者，还是说杀手要去杀金正恩，然后韩国那边抗议说不准拍这个电影，然后索尼他们就没理会，然后后来就是朝鲜那边的黑客组织就侵入索尼他们的系统，然后把这个电影直接拿出来，然后散布到那个网络上，然后这样子他索尼就不能赚票房的钱嘛，他就没法去上映，然后票房就通过这个方式就是黑客的一个行为。
But of course now nowadays we say if there is a hacker attack that happens, always openly come and admit and take responsibility as to what happened and what action you have taken. Some countries it's a law. In USA it's a law. If you are hacked, you have to say you got hacked and what you are doing about it. Some countries it's not a law, but the right thing to do when there is a hacker attack, right thing to do is admit that this happened and also say what you are going to do about it. So you do like a press conference. You have a press conference, you tell the media to come and you tell them this happened so that your customers get to know that you have got hacked.
就是说，在美国是有法律规定说，如果你是黑客，你去侵入别人电脑，你要告诉就是你要 你要公布说你做了这个事情，而且你做了什么，具体做了什么。然后有一些公司有些国家是没有具体的法律，但是你可能假如你被黑客入侵的话，你也是要让你的客户知道你的系统被入侵了。
So we will now take a look at this, what we call as ransomware, and also about malware. So take a look at this one. So yeah, this one here. So take a look at this.
Viruses, worms, Trojans, and bots are all part of a class of software called malware. The overwhelming majority of malware is created to make money illegally, often by stealing sensitive and confidential information from victims' computers and mobile devices. Malware can also be used for cyber vandalism, cyber espionage, hacktivism, cyber warfare, and various other reasons. Malware can make entry onto your computer via questionable file downloads, visiting infected websites, or through email containing a seemingly benign link or attachment. Common types of malware. Viruses. Almost all viruses are attached to an executable file, which means the virus may exist on a system but will not spread until a user opens the infected program. Viruses often originate on the internet and spread when downloading a file infected with a virus, peer-to-peer file sharing, or email attachment. Trojan. A Trojan is a harmful piece of software that looks legitimate. Users are typically tricked into leading and executing it on their systems. Trojans can not only steal your sensitive data, they can also give cyber crooks access to your system. Trojans are employed to gain access to your computer's financial and personal information. Ransomware. Ransomware holds your PC hostage and demands money. It locks up your computer, threatening to destroy data, demanding ransom or a payment for release of your data, files, or to regain the ability to use your computer again. Spyware. Spyware secretly gathers private information about the user activity, such as internet usage, and logs keystrokes via the process of keylogging to steal passwords and other sensitive data. Worms. Worms can replicate themselves and infect multiple computers on a network, causing major damage. Network worms often use computer networks to spread, slowing down traffic and relying on security failures such as outdated operating systems and no antivirus programs installed. In contrast, viruses require the spreading of an infected host file. Worms are a standalone software and do not require a host or human help to spread. The best way to protect your system from malware is to keep your operating system clean by downloading regular patches, updates, and making sure that your computer is protected by the latest antivirus software from a trusted vendor.
Today, one of the biggest problems is what they said about this ransomware. So ransomware means normal virus malware will come and steal data and all that. But ransomware locks the computer, and until you make a payment, it won't release the lock. So you're under ransomware. Malware is like normal virus. It will steal information and all that, but that's it, right? But when you say ransomware, it's more dangerous than that because you have to pay money to get your system released. Like
you log onto your computer just like you do every day, only to see your screen locked and device unable to boot up. A message demanding money or bitcoins appears instead. It's the moment that every computer or mobile device user dreads. Ransomware. Ransomware is a form of malicious software, or malware, which restricts access to your computer or mobile device or encrypts data until you pay a ransom in exchange for accessing your device or data again. One typical example of ransomware is called Dead Cryptor, which locks your devices and files until you're forced to pay a ransom. The payment that this malware demands is 2 bitcoins, which is more than $1,000. This form of cyber blackmail is one of the most dangerous forms of malware today, and one that's spreading rapidly worldwide. The number of users infected with ransomware keeps growing, along with continued increases in ransomware modifications, making it a constantly evolving threat. 2 forms of ransomware are currently the most widely used around the world: locker and crypto ransomware. Locker ransomware locks you out of basic computer functions, forcing you to pay a ransom to regain control. Crypto ransomware, on the other hand, encrypts sensitive data like documents and important files, threatening to destroy them unless you pay a fee. The 3 main ways ransomware can infect your computer is through spam, spear phishing, and watering hole attacks. Scareware tactics are also used to spread ransomware by creating fake software or messages purporting to be from a legitimate source, but actually demand that you pay a ransom to regain control of your computer. As dangerous as ransomware is, you're not helpless against it. It's important to know how to recognize how ransomware is spread, and the defensive measures you can take to stop it before it becomes a serious problem. Avoid phishing scams that spread ransomware by not opening any suspicious emails or links, and also avoid visiting any suspicious websites that may contain ransomware. Know how to recognize scareware tactics by cyber criminals too. Be sure to back up your computer or mobile device and always use up-to-date internet security software equipped with specific anti-ransomware technologies. Above all, never pay a ransom, as it only emboldens the cyber criminals behind these scams. Ransomware is a serious threat that can affect you and all computer and mobile device users. But by knowing how to avoid it and by using up-to-date security software, you can stay safe. Do your part.
So you can just explain about that.
就是讲一个勒索软件，就是它怎么运作，就是有时候是通过什么钓鱼网站，然后让你输账号密码，然后他获取你这些东西之后，他就把你的电脑锁定，然后就勒索你说你付我多少钱，我把这个密码或者说我把这个解锁了还给你之类的。现在最大的威胁是这个软件，就这一类的软件。
Okay. So normally when somebody hacks, they can like destroy the data or delete the data, sometimes put wrong information, like they log into a bank account, a bank, and remove all the loans, right? Theft or removal or loss, like you basically steal credit card information. Sometimes hotels, they have this problem. Hackers hack, get the credit card information, and they try to use it. So customer credit card information is stolen. Sometimes they try to leak information, like if they can try to hack into a company, take confidential documents and leak it online. Sometimes when there's an email being sent between 2 parties, say I send an email to Mr. Yu with my bank account, but somebody hacks in and changes the bank account, puts their bank account and sends the email. So all these are possible issues when somebody hacks into a system.
就是说黑客他可以做什么？就是他可以破坏你的一些系统，然后或者说是套取一些信息。然后刚才他举的例子说，假如说就是老师跟于总写邮件，然后比如说有一个金钱往来，说我发给你我的银行账号什么，当黑客可以入侵之后，他把银行账号修改了，就可能是就是改成那个黑客他的收款账户。像类似这种，可以做很多这种，或者把侵入一个公司的核心机密的材料，把它偷出来，然后把它泄露到网站就公开。
So normally there are some attacks which are passive, like people hack, just see the information and go. Sometimes it's active attack. They hack, change the data, delete the data. The ways of having active attacks is you can do like a denial of service. You try to bring down a system like Alibaba.com, you try to bring it down. or you do a modify attack, you hack into a bank and change the information, or you do masquerade attack, you pretend to be somebody else. Two people sending an email, you pretend to be somebody else, get the email, change, send to the other one, get the reply, change, send to this one. So all these are different types of active attack. Active attack is where actual damage is done. Passive attack is you just hack, you observe and you go.
就是有两种就是攻击模式，有一种是比较就是被动的，没有那么主动，就可能你侵入以后，就你只是观察，没有去做什么动作。然后第二种是主动的攻击，就可能侵入别人的系统，然后做修改之类。然后这种一般，比如说发生在银行，你侵入以后把人家存款清空了，或者是把人家贷款清空之类的。然后或者说是两封邮件，比如说两个人之间写邮件，然后你就假装是你侵入之后，可能把双方的内容都修改了，啊，就会就反正就是类似这样子的，制造一些麻烦。
So, so I have a little activity for them now. Let's say the company they are working for has been hacked, right? Somebody's attacked. What will they do? What are, like, I want to know, like, 5 things that they will do. And I can give them 10 minutes for this exercise.
The company is
They are working, let's say all 4 of them are working for the same company, or 3 of them are working for the same company. What is, like, and let's say somebody hacks into that. What will they do? 5 things. So they can discuss as a group and give me the answer.
我们可以小组讨论，就是假如说你们在同一家公司工作，然后你们的公司系统遭到黑客入侵，然后你们有5个事情、5个步骤可以做，就是可以讨论一下。等会儿要说是哪些步骤？5个步骤，就可以小组讨论。可能侵入你的系统。
So they can, their plan, they can, they can discuss. One person can just type it on a Word doc and email it to me now.
啊 ，email. What is your email address? 他说可以，你们讨论完之后，可以有一个人说，然后有一个人写邮件发给他，然后会不会等会有人假装是黑客把那个内容修改了？刚才说发邮件修改，是不是一个好主意？
Just one simple, one page, just one page. So they have, he can turn and they can discuss as a group. One person can just email.
啊，小组讨论10分钟，然后就大概简单的写1页的内容，五个措施，怎么样挽救或者怎么样阻止，怎么样。
So they can take 10 minutes. 当情况，本人已受到了不法信息水质的放入，分的方面车上打以后的灵感跟52的啊。对不对？我来，这咱哪个点子？还有五就长辈了。在上面还要外套吗？对，上次我都所以说受伤，3万。然后是打石头，白辣椒的。哪个？白辣椒。对，白辣椒往南走，来。这也在范围内的，别找我。不懂，他没跟你说的，他说我也说人话，接过来，接过来，接过来，接过来，他翻然后啊，那知道吧？知道吧？谁不在我跟长官有点关系。他肯定是翻名字高是。刚学一行能知道。就是一个孩子好像还多少，要拿来坏了。他妈那样的孩子不听老师。那我就找。就是大不了在。对。这边他，这一般在北京玩，时间网玩，打一个棚子，别包门都没有，棚子里边这还挺安舒的，旁边马路。不是如果还可以知道你旁边是说这儿的房价怎么样啊？不然在这。我没这个国家。 Trojan horse. So when you have a like a Trojan horse attack, what happens is that the in a Trojan horse, you will have the virus is like it looks like some program like a screensaver or a picture, but in the back there is like a dangerous program running and they are gathering all the information. So this is what we call as like a Trojan horse virus.
就是木马病毒，就是木马病毒可以做什么？它就是是啊， 啊。
What did she say?
She's asking, she sent the email to you, and maybe you're gonna use like hiking technique to hike his her email.
So you can tell her that I'm thanking her for the idea.
他说谢谢你给的那个点子，他可能本来没想到。
I once showed the same thing, like I show Mr. Yu's company information. I show the another company people. I show them how their company website information can be taken. But then they go and tell the IT department head that you're useless. You can't even protect our company. Our lecturer hacked into your website and showed during the class. And I get a call from the IT head saying, "Did you hack into my company during a class because they are trying to fire me from my job?"
他说他当时在讲课的时候，可能拿了另外一家公司的，就是网站作为例子，然后教同学怎么黑客去攻击别人这个网站，然后他的同学还可能是他的学生还是他的同事说，打电话给他说是不是你在攻击我们的网站，然后我差点被开除，因为他公司很生气，说我雇你这个 IT 来的一点用处都没有。
So we are going to talk about access management. That means when you are running an IT system, you have to be careful with who gets access and for what. Like sometimes we give group access where you say all managers can go through this information. Sometimes we give like location access where you say you can check the records from even home, but if you want to edit a record, you have to be inside the company. Sometimes we give time and date access, like banks. They will say after 3 o'clock you can't do certain transactions. You can't, because after 3 o'clock banks are closed. So there is no need to do the transactions. Even transaction type access, they can say a new employee can only print, but a older employee, like a senior employee, can edit the records as well. So like this, don't give equal access to everybody. We say carefully manage the access and only give access for what people need, only give access for what people are allowed to do as a part of their job.
就是说使用权的管理，就不要给所有人都一样的使用权。比如说有些公司可能会规定新员工他只能做一些打印复印这样的工作。然后有一些群组就是有些公司里面他们组建一个群组，然后就这个群组人都有使用权，但是有一些特定的工作可能就是给一个特定的某些人有使用权，不能给所有人一样的使用权。
Right. So there's also, we have to talk about encryption. Encryption means whatever you were wanting to send, you hide it and send, so that anybody breaking it in the middle will not understand what you are saying. So you have a message like, hold my beer. And then you use the encryption and you change the text. And then when you change the text, it goes to the other side. There they use the other key, unlock it, and get the full message. So anybody breaking it in the middle and trying to read it will not understand what it is.
就是加密的一个工作，就比如说你要卖的一个东西，你先给它加密，然后别人不知道里面是什么，然后你要用一把钥匙这样子先把它打开，然后它就处于一个中间的状态，然后买方呢他也需要另外一把钥匙再重新打开一次，然后他才能看到这个信息，他买来。任何一个人，如果他侵入到这个系统里面，在中间这个位置，他看不懂你们这个在标注是什么东西。
Okay.
She already sent the email.
Okay, I am checking now. So far, no, but we'll check. So far, that's it. Oh, yes. Liu Zitong. Okay. Now, this is okay, but at the exam for a question like this, it has to be like full page. Like 10 marks is one full page.
他说要写一整页，这个太简单了。
Yeah, I like to give marks, so they have to write big so I can give marks.
我要写的详细一点，然后就可以打高一点分数。
Right. So how to manage the cybersecurity incident? This is the activity I gave earlier as well. So how we manage a problem? So this is what we call as the NIST cybersecurity framework. That is National Institutes of Standards and Technology of America. They say first, you identify where the attack came from, where you can get attacked and hacked, what are the assets or what are the systems that can get hacked. First, you identify all that.
首先，他就说你要先鉴别这个风险在哪里，是他们就是攻击了什么地方。
Okay, next, you put protection. So you put antivirus cards, you train your people, you put anti-hacking software, you put protection.
第二步就是保护，你要先比如说训练你的员工，哪些地方比较薄弱，需要特别保护，然后设置密码之类的。
Number 3, you detect. Whenever somebody is trying to hack in, you detect it and you put a stop to it. Or let's say if somebody has hacked, then you must quickly detect it and identify who has hacked and what has been hacked. You have to detect that.
监控到，如果有人在入侵你的系统，你要能抓到他，然后警报，然后做相应的措施。
Then we respond. Respond is where we try to maybe we educate our customers about the hack attack. We analyze and see what is the weakness, and we put new softwares, new technology for protection.
反应就是说，你知道这件事情发生了，有黑客这个入侵的事情发生了，你要做一些措施，比如说你要再重新设置密码，比方说是通知一些相关的人，然后再查找一下是不是有什么地方有损失，反应。
And also the final part is you recover. So recover is basically where we plan on from where we are going to get the if our systems are down, how we will get it back online, and that is called the recovery.
就是恢复，如果我的系统被攻击了以后，我要怎么样从原来从现在这个被破坏的状态恢复到原来的状态。
So this is also another way look at that list. Analyze what happened, identify how the attackers have attacked our systems, assess and see the damage, like where and where we have gone wrong. Immediately secure the system, like immediately put out the attackers who are already inside the system maybe and take that action. And also develop new solutions to prevent this happening again. Test and see whether people can still attack and hack. Because sometimes when you put one solution for protection, it's going to open new ways for attackers.
这些就是如果有一个安全事故发生之后，我们该如何来行动？就是这几个步骤。第一个就是先分析，还有鉴别这个事故是什么样的事故，然后再确认它有什么样的损失，然后接下来就是很立即做一些 就是安全保护的一个措施来保护这个系统。然后然后接下来就是做一些修复的一个措施，然后接下来还要做一个测试，就是有时候你可能以为我已经修复了这个系统，但是可能这个修复的动作又同时又打开了另外一个缺口，很容易让黑客来入侵。
Also, companies today always have an incident response team. The idea of an incident response team is that whenever there is a cyber attack or a security attack, they get together, they plan how to respond, and they take the system out of the attack and secure it.
就很多时候，又公司在遇到这种被攻击的时候，他们会有一个就是很迅速的动作，就是就有点像我们说的切断网络，就把这个网络跟外面的就先切开，然后让它处于一个比较安全的状态。
Right. So that's the main. Those are like the main points which I want to discuss. So once again, any questions? This is the time they can ask.
有没有什么问题？老师在问有没有什么问题？ His question is if you lost some data, is it possible to find it back?
Yeah, there are recovery options. Even if somebody deletes your data, you can still use a backup recovery system. There are like forensic tools. We call them forensic tools, where once you delete the data, you can still recover it. But those are very expensive solutions.
好，他说可以的，但是就是这个，他甚至有的人就是数据被删除以后也有可能恢复，只是说这个恢复就成本比较高。
Yeah.
So his question is if you buy some like server from a big company, and if you want to make a wall, let me check how to say.
Firewall.
Yeah, like firewall.
Okay.
Firewall.
Yeah, firewall is
How
one.
to set the firewall.
Sorry.
He's asking like how to make.
Yeah, so you can. There are two types of firewalls. One is the software firewall, and the other one is a hardware firewall. Software firewall is you install the software in this company computers, and any attacks coming into it, it will block. But when you put a hardware firewall, that's even better, because the data has to pass through a physical device only and enter, like any traffic coming in, network traffic has to pass through like a separate hardware device and coming. So that's more safer. So hardware firewall is even better, but it's just a matter of installing and connecting it into the network.
他意思说有两个防火墙，一个是硬件的防火墙，一个是软件的。软件的就是你通过联网，然后会就设置这样。然后他说硬件的这个防火墙可能会更安全，它是所有的路径需要去获取你的数据，都需要通过这某一个设备。这个防火就是它的安全性能更高一点。Liu, she said she sent again the question. She sent the answer again.
Okay, let me check. I'm checking. I got her mail. I'm just going through. Right. Okay. Good. Good. Looks good. Okay. So with no further questions, I think we can wind up with that. So I asked them to prepare well for the exam, and there will be 5 questions, 20 marks each, and they must write for all 5 questions.
说他考试，到时候会有5道题，然后每道题20分，然后就是可能也是一样，像今天这样的回答。啊
Does she want to know the question?
She's asking if this one, this answer included in the.
This is a practice.
他说这是一个练习，就是说，就在你考试的时候也按照这个思路，应该可以拿很好的分数。
So if they like, I can tell them some topics to just train and prepare, so they can answer the exam questions better. Will they like it?
他问你们会不会喜欢，就是他可以给你们多一些练习，然后你们考试的时候就会就是会更容易一点。She said it's possible to put this practice inside the examination or like count it as a part of marks.
And that is a little tough to do, but just a few topics that I want them to get ready with is
it's the practice now, right? OK。他说有一个题目可以回去再做，就是说做如果生意的话，做一个企业公司，在区块链里面可以获得什么好处？就是可以使用区块链的话有什么好处？就是刚才说的那个 IoT，就是这 IoT 这个要怎么翻译呢？就是说前面他问的那个问题，就是李宁的那个问题，他就说还有一个问题可以思考，就是这个 IoT 怎么样在服装这个行业里面可以帮助这种行业成长。 digital print for yes I know，就是应该他说就是如果是进一个餐厅的话，怎么样来应用这个数字化？就是如何应用这些数字化这些工具？第四个问题是如何保护，就是如何来确保公司免受这个黑客的攻击，或者说黑客攻击的风险，如何管理这个风险？他说所有这些问题都可以上网去查，但是不要就是复制粘贴这样子，就是最好可以查了以后可以消化成你自己的观点，然后回答。climate climate 的。就是在中国，就气候变化如何影响，一些，如何影响你的生意或者影响一些生意，就是比较差的影响的方面，有什么不良影响？气候变化在中国气候变化对你的公司或者说生意有什么样的不良的影响？他说你们可以。气候变化，气候变化，好，他说至少要写2页，每一个问题至少写2页，然后说你们好好准备这个，很可能是考试内容。啊，就是你们最好是用手输入，他说 AI 都可以监测得到你们是不是自己写的。他说如果他们会用 AI 先测试一下，他说如果 AI 测试说这个是不合格的，他什么事他都做不了什么，他就只能接受。She's asking how does AI check the result? Can you tell?